Okay, good morning, everyone. We will begin the session now. Thank you so much for those of you joining us in the roundtable, and also all of you joining us through Zoom platform and also through YouTube. A very good morning to everyone. My name is Safia Muhibat, and I will be the moderator for the first session, and I will also be the MC for the whole of the duration of the event. Welcome to the CSIS GRIPS RSIS Policy Research Network on Contemporary Southeast Asia Conference on Indo-Pacific Cooperation, Way Forward for the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. It will be held in 3 sessions today, so morning until a little bit in the afternoon time for Jakarta time, and we will continue on later on in the evening for the last session, session 3. So without further ado, I will start with the opening remarks from the 3 organizers of this event. The first one will be from Mr. Yusuf Wanandi, who is the Vice Chairman of the Board of Trustees, Center for Strategic and International Studies Foundation. Pak Yusuf, you have the screen now.
Thank you. Good morning for everybody. Welcome to this webinar that we are going to have for the next 2 days on the Indo-Pacific cooperation. And that means, you know, the way forward for the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. And in fact, it is actually also an exercise how we should cooperate in the implementation of it. The greatest geopolitical challenge confronting ASEAN is how to navigate the increasing strategic competition between the United States and China in Southeast Asia. First, the prospect of Southeast Asia becoming a battleground and both influence and arms should not be discounted. Second, as the great powers strive to shape the regional order to its own interests, their contrasting visions of regional order pose the risk of rendering ASEAN irrelevant. The coronavirus pandemic has also underlined the need for countries in the Indo-Pacific to cooperate on particular areas of public health, such as an equitable distribution of vaccines, information sharing and transparency, and border management, and the economic recovery after pandemics. Against this backdrop, ASEAN's core strategic interests remain, and that is maintaining its centrality and strategic autonomy. In order to achieve this, ASEAN must preserve its unity among members and continue to play the role of manager of the regional security architecture. The ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific is ASEAN's attempt to deal with this, spurred by Indonesia. First, AOIP is efficient to mitigate the strategic rivalry among major powers. Second, it aims to ensure the ASEAN centrality and relevance as a manager of the regional order. Third, the AOIP is an articulation of a regional vision that is inclusive and rules-based. Since last year, we have tried to talk and explain about AOIP, which is until now is merely an outlook. It is not yet a strategy. We need a strategy to operationalize such vision. There has been a wealth of cooperation initiatives in the region, as well between ASEAN and its dialogue partners. Finding the common threads among these with AOIP can help us advance the ASEAN vision of a regional order. Since last year, CSIS, GRIPS, and RSIS have come together to organize a series of webinars on the evolving regional dynamics, the economic order, especially as the coronavirus pandemic hit all of us, and the regional cooperation initiatives under the framework of AOIP. Through these activities, we have gathered initial ideas on how to expand the cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region within the spirit of AOIP. I am confident that the esteemed experts gathered virtually today and tomorrow can enrich these ideas and provide their views on the opportunities and challenges on how to move forward with this cooperation. I look forward for the discussion and to hear your views on how to advance cooperation under the framework of AOIP. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Pak Yusuf. Next is Ambassador Yutaka Imura, who is Senior Fellow at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies in Japan, who is also a co-organizer of this conference today. Ambassador Imura, you have the screen.
Thank you very much, Fifi, and good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the CSIS, particularly Mr. Yusuf Wanandi, for hosting this conference. I would also like to show appreciation to Ambassador Ong Kim-yong and his colleagues at RSIS Singapore, who worked very hard to make this conference happen. The conference is a result of joint works of 3 organizations, CSIS, RSIS, and GRIPS. It aims at exchanging views on the way forward for the Indo-Pacific cooperation, particularly for the ASEAN's outlook on the Indo-Pacific, with the participation of scholars and academics representing research institutes of ASEAN member countries and its dialogue partners. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I wish to say just few words about our basic thinking on the AOIP and our suggestions on how to advance this ASEAN's proposal. Since the beginning of the 2010s, a view has emerged that sees the Indian and Pacific Oceans as a single strategic space. The importance of this vast region is undeniable. Firstly, it is becoming an arena for strategic competition between the United States and China. Secondly, the Indo-Pacific region is developing as an economic growth center, accounting for 50% of the world economy and 50% of the world's population. Thirdly, the Indian and Pacific Oceans are located on the key sea lanes connecting the Middle East and Africa with East Asia, but they face a variety of security challenges, including moves to change the status quo in the maritime order, piracy, terrorism, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and natural disasters, among others. In 2016, Japan proposed the Free and Open Indo-Pacific FOIP initiative, believing that for the sake of peace and prosperity of the international community, the Indo-Pacific region with those characteristics should become a stage for international cooperation and collaboration rather than stage for geopolitical confrontation. Since then, the United States, Australia, India, France, and United Kingdom, Netherlands, and European Union have announced their respective positions on the future of the Indo-Pacific. On the other hand, 2019, ASEAN, which could be an intersection of the coordinated axis of Indo-Pacific cooperation, announced ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific AOIP. Japan quickly expressed its strong support for the AOIP and has made clear its willingness to cooperate with ASEAN to materialize the proposal, as well as its belief that it is important to seek synergy between the AOIP and FOIP. In order for the region to become an arena for international cooperation and collaboration, where international law is respected and freedom of navigation is enjoyed by all nations. The two following conditions are crucially important. First, strategic equilibrium should be restored, together with the mechanism of international coordination and cooperation, which stabilizes it. Many eminent scholars, by the way, have reflected on the 100 years of relative stability maintained on the European continent after the Vienna Conference, and have cited the balance of power among the great nations as the most important factor for the longevity of the peace. When Indonesian President Yudhoyono visited Japan in 2005, nearly 20 years ago, he told Japanese leaders that in order to maintain stability in the East Asia, the strategic equilibrium must be restored, and the outside powers must be engaged in the region for this purpose. It has been nearly 20 years since then, but has the situation improved? The answer is clearly no, in my view. On the contrary, the region seems to be gradually sliding into an arms race, following China's rapid military buildup. Given the seriousness of the situation, it is particularly important now that strategic balance be re-established between China and the democracies. However, the balance of power alone cannot ensure peace and stability. It is important that major powers restrain themselves so that international relations do not become decisively confrontational and take the path toward stabilizing their relations. To this end, it will be necessary not only to establish mechanisms for crisis management between the US and China, but also to start exploring the stability of disarmament and arms control agreements between the US, China, Russia, and some other major powers. Furthermore, it is my sincere hope that regional cooperation initiatives, such as ASEAN-led AOIP that we are discussing today, will be of a nature to promote cooperation between the United States and China. Secondly, the respect for the centrality of unity of ASEAN is essential for the stability of the Indo-Pacific region. The ASEAN is a key region, the fate of which will determine the future course of two oceans. Unfortunately, ASEAN seems to be now becoming the main theater of a competition for sphere of influence between China and the democracies. For the stability of the region, it is essential that ASEAN exists as a peaceful and neutral entity, not under the sphere of influence of any of the major powers, and in a manner that maintains its unity. For this to happen, it will be necessary for outside powers to behave in a self-restrained manner, and to ASEAN countries themselves not to be distracted by short-term interests, not to lose their autonomy, and not to lose solidarity among ASEAN countries. In addition to Japan and other countries that have already expressed a strong willingness to cooperate with ASEAN for the AOIP, it is important for other partners, including China and Russia, to support ASEAN in playing a central role in such cooperation. This will help make the Indo-Pacific a truly cooperative and collaborative arena, rather than an arena of confrontation. Unfortunately, to date, the AOIP has remained a mere slogan. It is hoped that ASEAN will promptly establish a mechanism for the realization of the AOIP and at least a roadmap for it. I hope that today's AOIP conference will provide an opportunity to discuss the implementation of the AOIP, and it will eventually lead to a track 2 process of the AOIP, so that governments can consider the views of private sectors and academia. In this regard, I'd like to mention several points at this stage, which should be borne in our mind in the process of realization of the AOIP. Firstly, I have already mentioned the importance of the respect for ASEAN's centrality and unity. In addition, as the basic principles and norms which shall be the basis of the Indo-Pacific cooperation, the rule of law, freedom of navigation, and openness cannot be overemphasized. Secondly, the inclusiveness should be also one of the guiding principles of the Indo-Pacific cooperation. If we really want to see the AOIP succeed as a project of peace rather than a project of division, the door to the AOIP should remain open to any country willing to cooperate. Thirdly, while the Indo-Pacific cooperation should address to the AOIP's four main cooperation areas, namely maritime cooperation, connectivity, SDGs, and other economic cooperation, we need to give urgent priority to certain areas, given the serious impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, such as stepping up the vaccination process, improvement of the medical system, building resilient supply chains, and to gradually shift our attention to post-pandemic economic recovery. Fourthly, lastly, the importance of the multilateral approach. Already some concrete steps have been taken to advance the AOIP initiative. For example, at the ASEAN-Japan Summit 2020, Japan announced 49 projects in line with ASEAN's 4 targets area. At this year's summit, we presented 24 additional projects, making the total number of projects to 73, and made public the progress report for those projects. I understand that some other dialogue partners, like the Republic of Korea and India, also doing the same in one way or another. On the other hand, I have to admit that those are still the efforts conducted by individual countries. What we need now is to step up Indo-Pacific cooperation from a bilateral one to an ASEAN-led multilateral one. While almost 3 years have passed since the AOIP concept was born, and though probably partly due to the pandemic, we have not yet seen its concrete vision and roadmap. If the process is delayed, I'm afraid that contrary to the original intention of ASEAN to regain the initiative in the Indo-Pacific cooperation, ASEAN's centrality might be gradually undermined. With the increasing number of non-member countries expressing their willingness to engage in the Indo-Pacific cooperation and collaborate with ASEAN, it is probably high time for ASEAN to move ahead and to seize opportunity to place itself as the driving force of the regional cooperation for peace and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Imura. Next, I would like to invite Ambassador Ong Keng Yong, Executive Deputy Chairman of the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies in Singapore. Ambassador Ong, you have the screen.
Thank you. A good day to everyone from the region and outside Southeast Asia. Thank you for allowing us to have this gathering. I have also heard the 2 preceding speakers. Maybe let me just say a few words to share with you our thoughts, our RSIS thinking on this particular joint venture which RSIS has embarked on with CSIS and GRIPS in Japan. Well, the conference of this nature require a lot of preparation, and we first started in September 2019. Yeah, it's part of an effort we call Policy Research Network on Contemporary Southeast Asia, PRN-SEA. Since September 2019, experts and researchers from more than 20 research institutions in our region have participated in different seminars and discussion online. We basically look at the challenges faced by the Southeast Asian region, how to obtain consensus and understanding on the themes and processes for the necessary research envisaged under the PRN-SEA network. In the past 2 years or so, we have basically worked out several joint research projects, and some interesting research papers have been produced. And as we do so, the AOIP, the topic of AOIP has become more and more saline in our research work and our exchange of views. Whatever it is, we have looked at the developments in our region set within the context of the AOIP. And as you have heard Yutaka Imura said, the AOIP basically envisaged 4 cooperation areas, namely maritime cooperation, connectivity, UN Sustainable Development Goals, and other economic and possible areas of cooperation. Basically, from my perspective as a former Secretary General of ASEAN, the AOIP brought together all the different strengths and views on what ASEAN, together with its dialogue partner, can do to develop the vision of an Indo-Pacific cooperative framework. This conference on AOIP, I feel, is quite important because I don't think there has been any other such venture with the kind of agenda that we have set for ourselves. The agenda that we have laid down can be seen in the program of this conference before you. It reflects what we have done so far for the past 2 years or so, and what we hope we can further obtain from this discussion under this particular research track 2 framework. So far, I see there are many experts from different ASEAN and ASEAN dialogue partner countries gathering together to look at all the possible areas where we can do more and get more and contribute to regional peace and security. Let me say a few words about the AOIP. From my ASEAN experience, I thought that when ASEAN as a group came out with the AOIP, it was trying to bring together the different perspectives, different visions and strategies other countries, some of them big powers, have put together. And we try to make some sense to navigate through these different concepts, strategies and vision. And in a very uniquely ASEAN way, we pull together all that we have been talking about, all that we've been doing each other in ASEAN, as well as the surrounding neighborhood, which covers big countries in our region, as well as the United States of America. So today we have this AOIP, but bear in mind that AOIP is not a particular brand of strategy or vision. It is basically putting together what we already have in our region and what ASEAN as a community has evolved over the past decade or so. So we need to substantiate it. In other words, we need to put substance into the AOIP, and hopefully by doing so, we will also be connecting with the other people's, other countries' strategy and vision for the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. So over the past 2 years or so, we have talked about various topics, and we have prepared papers, and we hope that many of these ideas will be further crystallized and become more practical projects on the ground. Of course, we cannot ignore the geopolitics and economic and digitalization processes going on in our region. And preceding speakers have talked about the COVID-19 pandemic and all the disruptions that that pandemic has continued to wreak on our respective society and our economies. So looking at this context, we feel that we in RSS feel that this conference and the various work that we embarked on so far will continue to contribute to a better understanding of what we in the Asia-Pacific region need to do in order to get the kind of desired result that the AOIP has projected across to all of us. Of course, in the coming years, we expect more meaty stuff to be put onto the AOIP as the ASEAN member states clarify their own strategic thinking and their practical cooperation with one another. So, looking forward, we participate in this conference with the idea of adding more to the knowledge that we have acquired so far, and hopefully we can also navigate some of the tracks that we will have to embark on in order to take into account recent developments in our region. For example, the substantiation of Quad, then the formulation of AUKUS. And on top of that, I think our ASEAN region, we also have to deal with our own social and economic development, the disruption caused by COVID-19, as well as the climate change and environment degradation that we are witnessing in our ASEAN region. So overall, I think the panel that we have constructed for this, the panel discussion that we have constructed for this conference will add substance to all these concerns, and hopefully we can have a very good exchange of views and the way going forward between today and tomorrow in our discussions. So I think I should stop here. At least I want to reflect on what we have done so far and how we in RSIS envisage going forward. There is a lot of interest in ASEAN, in spite of all the difficulties that we have encountered as a region, as a regional body. I think ASEAN is still in business, and I think we can organize ourselves more systematically going forward. There are issues like the situation in Myanmar and other problems related to climate change effects and economic difficulties. But overall, I believe that ASEAN is still a very good framework, a very good regional body for us to bank on and achieve more out of this hope that we have for ASEAN as a regional grouping. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Ong, and also to Pak Yusuf Wanandi and Ambassador Imura for your opening remarks. I think we can now start directly to the first session. The first session is titled Evolving Strategic Environment and a Free and Open Order Based on the Rule of Law in Indo-Pacific. So if we follow up from the remarks from the opening session, during which we discussed about, discussing about the future of the ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific, I think the first session is set to be the basis, the fundamental discussion discussing about the changing environment and the changes that Indo-Pacific is going through at the moment, and relates that to the free and open order based on the rule of law. And for that, we have 4 speakers. But before I move to the speakers, let me explain a little bit on how we design this conference today. So basically, we have, this is designed as a virtual roundtable. So those of you joining us as panelists in Zoom, this is forming our online roundtable. But at the same time, this is also relayed to the public. So those of you joining us in Zoom as attendees or joining us through our live stream in YouTube. Those of you in the roundtable can directly make comments or ask questions after the 4 trigger speakers speak by virtually raising your hand, or those of you joining us as attendees can also ask questions by typing it in the Q&A feature in Zoom. So we will begin by the four trigger speakers who will set the tone for the discussion. And for that, first, I would like to welcome Dr. Le Dinh Tin, Director General of the Institute for Foreign Policy and Strategic Studies, Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. Dr. Le, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Fifi. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you and see you clearly.
Thank you very much, and a very good morning from Hanoi. It's now the autumn time in Hanoi. It's very good breeze. It's an honor for me to be part of this meaningful conversation, and for that reason, I'm very thankful to the organizers, namely CSIS Indonesia, the groups from Japan, and ISIS Singapore. And it's also a great pleasure for me to be connected, even though virtually, to many of the colleagues from ASEAN, particularly senior colleagues from ASEAN and from ASEAN partners countries. So it's an honor for me to speak on this topic. And for me, it's a very timely discussion. It's not just because of 2 years after the introduction of the AOIP that we need to sit down together and review what had been done and what should have been done better. But also because of the changes in the circumstances in which we think about what we should do to respond to the contingencies and the unfolding events, and most notably the COVID-19 pandemic and the increasing great power rivalry, and also the fourth industrial revolution. So all of this give added value to the discussion today, I think. So in the interest of time, let me focus on three major points of what I thought on the given topic of the evolving strategic environment and the rules-based regional order in the Indo-Pacific. First, I think with the changes in the circumstances, I think there are both opportunities and challenges for ASEAN countries and ASEAN partners to promote a regional rules-based order. And the reason I say so is because of the three following reasons. Reason number one, I think one of the most effective way to deal with the uncertainty and the unpredictability is, the possibility of us having a clear-eyed rules of engagement for all parties concerned. Okay, so this is the time for us to need more rules, not less. The second reason is, I think for regional and global governance to be effective, we need rules and regulations, to provide, among other things, transparency, openness, inclusivity, equality, and respect for sovereignty. Without rules, it is impossible for us to achieve those goals and principles. And the third reason is, as a matter of fact, there have emerged new issues and areas that ask for now rather than later rules and protocol, from vaccine distribution to supply chain, realignment to the cyberspace. We in ASEAN, we badly need those new rules to guide us forward. So those are the three reasons why I think, with the fast changing situation in our region, it reinforces the necessity of us, to promote a regional rules-based order. Now, let me move to my second point, which is, we've been hearing this, for years, that there have been praise and critiques, okay, to ASEAN and the roles of ASEAN in responding to regional affairs and its own affairs. But the argument that I would like to put forward here is we need to manage our expectations vis-a-vis ASEAN and ASEAN's capability in ensuring a rules-based international order and regional rules-based order. And the reason I'm saying so, because first, ASEAN via its key vehicles, such as the TAC and the IOIP, functions as a norm shaper. Okay, so ASEAN is a norm setter, and there's no doubt that the setting of the norms is a very necessary function, an area of strength of ASEAN. And I heard from the previous speakers confirming, that strength of ASEAN being a norm shaper. Okay, and yesterday I joined my colleagues in Hanoi to receive the Foreign Minister of Australia, who made a visit to Vietnam. And she also mentioned the fact that because ASEAN provide the norms and the rules of engagement for the region, so Australia support ASEAN centrality. Okay, Australia support ASEAN centrality because ASEAN is capable of giving the rules of engagement for regional partners. And the second reason that proves that ASEAN is also capable is because ASEAN is not only a norm shaper, but ASEAN is also a doer. If we look at the community building efforts by ASEAN and the substantive partnerships that ASEAN has sustained with its dialogue partners and development partners over the years, are vivid examples of ASEAN being an effective doer. But also because the reason that I say we need to manage our expectation, because ASEAN is not the EU. And then, could you please give me an example of somebody who excels at both, shaping the norms and also implement it in reality? We don't have that much of, narrative, to prove that, somebody can be both a norm setter and an excellent doer. And not to mention the fact that ASEAN is mostly comprised of small and medium countries, not with a very high level of development. So that is the reason why I say we need to manage our expectation. And to be fair, to do some justice to ASEAN. So ASEAN mastermind the evolving regional security architecture, but ASEAN is not the only one who constructed. Okay, but we need the participation of other stakeholders to realize that security architecture. And lastly, let me move to my final point, the third point. So I'm trying to make the case that ASEAN is relevant, but absolutely there is still room for development for ASEAN. So let me offer some quick thoughts on the IOIP and the implementation of it for the sake of efficiency. First, I think ASEAN should reiterate the objectives and the principles of the IOIP, okay, not to drop them, okay? The moment we drop mentioning the objectives and the principles that laid out in the IOIP, that is the moment that ASEAN will lose its role in the region, okay? And that requires the intensity of diplomacy on the part of ASEAN, okay? So we need to promote it rather than giving a cynical view of it. That is my first recommendation. The second one is we need to do our homework, right? So ASEAN need to call on member states to take the actual implementation of the IOIP more seriously. So initiatives like the Indo-Pacific Infrastructure and Connectivity Forum initiated by Indonesia is something that we need more, not less, okay? So we need to operationalize, materialize, the principles and the objectives that we set forth in the AOIP. And the third recommendation is we need priorities of priorities, okay? So we need sharper focus of what ASEAN can do and what ASEAN should do. For example, in this particular context, I think the necessity of having a resilient ASEAN that is able to combat the COVID-19 pandemic or other emerging issues like climate disasters or the realignment of the supply chain or issues that we were able to put on our agenda in the last couple of years, which is the Mekong. So those are the the items that we need to do more and with a sharper focus. And the fourth recommendation is major and dialogue and development partners of ASEAN should take side with ASEAN and not to ask ASEAN to take side with them. Okay, and we have mechanisms led by ASEAN that provide a platform for partners to engage with us. And instead of criticizing ASEAN for not being able to deliver, these partners should conduct more substantive cooperation with ASEAN. The failure of ASEAN is not in the interest of anyone. Okay, and the fact I mentioned this to a lot of colleagues, that the fact that if ASEAN takes side with a particular country is not only not good for ASEAN itself, but also not good for that country itself. Okay, so historically, it's good for ASEAN to be neutral. Of course, we need to talk about an active neutral posture by ASEAN. But the fact that the partners of ASEAN, should see ASEAN as a good vehicle, a good regional body to invest more, not less, in this particular juncture. That is my argument. And lastly, from a Vietnamese perspective, and this is my personal perspective, I think the success of ASEAN really relies on the political commitment on the part of every individual member countries. So as far as I know, Hanoi, for example, is very serious about ASEAN and consider ASEAN one of the top foreign policy priorities now and going forward. So with that, I share the viewpoint expressed by our previous speakers that we should, maintain our deep belief in the positivism and dynamisms of ASEAN, and not less, particularly at this strategic environment. So with that, I stop and here and look forward to the discussion that follows. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ledintin, for your presentation and also the positive tone setting for ASEAN. Next, we have Dr. Akihiko Tanaka, who is the president of the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies in Japan. Dr. Tanaka, you have the screen now, please.
Well, thank you very much. First, I would like to thank Yusuf Wanandi and On Ken-yon and Imura-san for realizing this webinar. As a member of this the endeavor, together with the CSIS and RSIS, I'm extremely happy that this webinar is now realized. For the purpose of this panel discussion, I would like to talk more on the current condition of the strategic environment. I generally agree with the positive notes presented by the Dr. Tin and the previous three leaders of this project, but I would like to focus more on somewhat realistic side of the current strategic conditions. And strategic environment, I believe, is determined by essentially two factors. The first factor is the US-China competition on multiple fronts, including military security front, political ideological front, and science and technological fronts. And as recently Jake Sullivan reiterated again that the US policy of engagement turned out to be wrong. this change of US engagement policy was initiated by the Trump administration and succeeded by the Biden administration. And President Biden considered China the unique competitor with the liberal democracies. And then on the other hand, Mr. Xi Jinping appears determined to not to give in to any demand from liberal democracy, and determined to continue to prove the superiority of a Chinese model. And so this competition appears structural to the strategic environment that we are now living in. And then, in my understanding, Chinese recent behavior, whether that, in my understanding, may be contrary to the Chinese national interest, but recent Chinese behavior has brought about what I might call a grand coalition of liberal democracies. The recent formation of what's called AUKUS, the US, Australia, UK coalition, and the recent summitry of the Quad, the increasing interest of European nations in the security and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific, all indicate that the increasingly liberal democracies will get together to solidify their collaboration for the purpose of securing peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. Recent visits by the UK aircraft carrier Queen Elizabeth and its joining exercises in the vicinity of Taiwan Strait, and the recent visit by German frigate to this region indicates the increasing interest of the Europeans in the conditions of the Indo-Pacific region. And we have observed the increasing sympathy toward Taiwan among many countries, particularly in European countries. And so I think if China had shown somewhat more restraint, this might not have happened. But it seems Chinese leaders appeared, that they would not have reason to change their course. And then under the current circumstances, then I think we have to assume that this competition continues with an increasing number of participation from other liberal democracies than the US and Japan and Australia. Now, this is the first component of the strategic environment. I would like to point out the second very important component that defines the strategic environment. That is the huge and increasing economic interdependence in the Indo-Pacific, which is the increasingly becoming the center of gravity of global economy, as Ambassador Imura mentioned. And this huge economic interdependence includes virtually all countries and economies in the region, possibly with the exception of North Korea. And this condition, huge economic interdependence, in which, well, China is the biggest trading partners of virtually all countries in the region. And China and the US are the biggest trading partners with each other. And this economic interdependence provides an environment that no one wants a war. And but then intertwined with the first factor of the strategic environment, or where competition between the US and China continues, this economic interdependence provides rather complex games of manipulation of economic interdependence. Well, sometimes economic interdependence is used to achieve certain political goals by opening up markets and closing down markets and so forth. And then looking at this, there are attempts on many parts of the countries, including the US, tendency to realign and rearrange the supply chain so that they may not be drawn into vulnerable conditions. But then overall, given the huge size of interdependence, it is unrealistic to cut off economies into two camps. And so we are living in a high level of economic interdependence despite the continuing competition in military, political, and science technological fronts. I think the biggest danger under these circumstances is not, somebody actually wants to have a war. I think no one, I think Mr. Biden or Mr. Xi wants a war. But then under these complex circumstances, we need to first avoid accidents, particularly in areas like the Taiwan Strait, so that nations are inadvertently drawn into an unwanted military conflict. And so I think it is very important to create a mechanism of communications so that no accidents will escalate into unwanted military conflict. And then I believe it is very important to create an area of collaboration despite these strategic factors. And in my understanding, this area of collaboration is the future of the Indo-Pacific. And there are many projects, I think, that all countries, including the United States, Japan, China, India, and sub-Saharan African countries, together with ASEAN, to promote the better future of the Indo-Pacific. And by expanding the area of collaboration, I think we would, again, solidify the strength of economic interdependence and somehow manage the competition on military, political, and science technological fields. And in this respect, I would expect and look for very much the ASEAN's initiatives by the fleshing out the contents of AOIP. With this, I would like to stop my initial presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tanaka, for your remarks. I'll go on directly to the third speaker, who is Dr. Lee Jae-hyun. Director of the Center for Asean and Oceania Studies at the Athan Institute for Policy Studies, Republic of Korea. Dr. Lee, you have the screen now.
Thank you so much, Fifi. I first have to say thank to the CSIS, GRIPS, and RSIS for having me this wonderful conference today. The Japanese friends are enjoying the beautiful autumn weather, and my Southeast Asian friends, as always, are enjoying hot weather. But today we had the first snow in this winter. Early in this morning, we had the snow. Okay, as the title of this session indicates, we have two topics to discuss. First, the strategic environment that we are facing. And the second one is kind of emerging or desirable regional order or rule-based order. On the first topic, the strategic environment that we are having today, I would like to draw kind of a big picture of what's going on. And of course, the central question of the strategic environment at the moment is US-China, the big powers rivalry. Already two previous speakers, as well as the speaker in the opening session, mentioned this strategic competition between these two superpowers. But I don't need to recap all the details of this competition, what China is doing and what the US is doing in this part of the world. But I believe there's still a chance for unintended clash, as Dr. Tanaka Akiko just mentioned, on accidental clash between these two superpowers. But I believe the competition between the US and China would last for quite some time. From my perspective, what the US is doing is they try to outmaneuver its opponent by making a coalition of a small number of like-minded countries and capable countries only. It is evidenced by the recent development like Quad and AUKUS. The US just want some regional like-minded and capable countries on its board. And with this coalition trying to outmaneuver China, well, I think the US does not necessarily intend to get many countries on board. So many regional countries, South Pacific countries, some ASEAN countries, and some South Asian countries are untouched by the United States at the moment. And the end result of this US strategy, I believe, is another hub and spoke system. I would like to call this a modified hub and spoke system. The United States as the super hub, and some capable, like-minded countries in the region are kind of semi-hub, and other remaining regional countries are kind of spoke under these semi-hubs. That's what I'm seeing as a big picture of the United States. On the other hand, China is trying to get as many countries as they can around China. As you know, China is one of the weaknesses of China's foreign policy and strategies that they don't have allies, unlike the United States. So China has been trying to get kind of an allies or coalitions or supporting base, if you like. So today China has its own resource and is willing to distribute its money and resource to build this kind of coalition or allies or supporting base around China. As you know, the Belt and Road Initiative is a very effective tool to get as many developing countries as they can around China. And the end result is Chinese economic hub and spoke system. So at the end of the day, the US modified hub and spoke system and Chinese economic hub and spoke system will clash. That's how I see the current strategic environment that we are facing. These two competing blocks of quite different natures have quite different natures, but the structure are pretty much the same. The hub and spoke, modified hub and spoke. I don't expect any immediate clash between these two blocks led by US and China, because the clash between these two blocks only will happen when they believe they have nothing to lose. So I don't see any immediate clash of these two blocks in a military ways. The second part, emerging or desirable regional order, liberal international order, rule-based order, whatever. I believe these two blocks and their competition is likely to shape the emerging order in the region. Liberal order, rule-based order, and these sounds very good. I don't disagree with these arguments, but we have to ask a question: what kind of liberalism and what kind of rule, or whose rule that we are talking about? We just assume that there's something like liberalism, there's something like rule-based order, but we don't really know what's inside, what are the specific substance of these orders. One of the organizer is Indonesian CSIS, so I would like to put some Bahasa words here. I would like to differentiate kind of Ode Lama and Ode Baru. This is not, of course, about the former President Sukarno or Suharto, but what I mean by old order, Ode Lama, is something, the regional order, which was written at the end of World War II. And it worked well under the leadership of the United States. Many regional countries have been benefited by this order. They achieved the economic growth, they achieved the democracy, and blah, blah, blah. But since the end of the World War II, we had a lot of changes in this part of the world. The Cold War is gone, and we are talking about the rise of the rest, middle powers and small and medium powers. And the power relation among the country are quite different today if we compare today and the post-World War II period. So the question is, can you apply the same old order to the region today? Would it work as it did before in totally different strategic circumstances? So that is the central question I have. I mean, don't take my position wrong. Even if I raise a question on liberal order and rule-based order, I'm not supporting the Chinese revisionist vision. Perhaps the Chinese behavior today is the kind of older than what I mean by Ode Lama or old order written in the post-World War II period. As you know, Mr. Kurt Campbell was written in his book titled The Pivot. And he described that the US pivot is something about the competition between 19th century order and 21st century order. Of course, the 19th century order is what China is doing, and 21st century order is what the US is doing. But I would like to differentiate a little bit further. The China represents the 19th century order. The United States represent the 20th century order, and we need something like near 21st century order. So the I believe the regional small and medium powers like ASEAN, South Korea, some South Asian countries, Pacific countries, we have a job to do. So the question is, did we have any chance to input our interest in shaping a new world order or in defining a free and open Indo-Pacific order or even rule-based order? Have we put any inputs into the shaping of emerging order? That is my question. So regional small and medium powers have to discuss this point among us. What kind of rule serve our interest better? This is the central question. And I believe ASEAN has to lead this discussion, as Ambassador Ong Keng-yong in his earlier remarks, that the AOIP, the ASEAN countries has to make effort to put some substance in the AOIP. And I believe one of the job ASEAN has to do to substantiate the AOIP is to define what kind of rule and what kind of liberalism. And the regional small and medium powers concerted effort is needed, first, to prevent superpowers from writing and defining regional order as they wish, and second, to reflect regional small and medium powers' interest to the newly emerging regional order. So I tried to provoke the audience a bit, because that's basically the job I was given. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lee, for the provocation also. The last but not least, the fourth speaker is Dr. Cheng Chui Kwek, the head of Center for Asian Studies of University Kebangsaan Malaysia. But before I welcome Dr. Kwek, I will remind everyone again that after this, we will begin the discussion. I invite comments and questions. The panelists can virtually raise their hands so that I can give you screen time. Other participants can type their questions through the Q&A box in Zoom. Dr. Kwek, please go ahead.
Right. Thanks very much, Fifi, and selamat pagi, good morning, or good evening to everyone, depending on where you are. First of all, let me thank the organizers, CSIS, GRIPS, and also RSIS for having me here. So within the 10 minutes that Fifi is so kind to give me, I thought I would just share 3 observations and 1 recommendations. And I do hope to perform my task to follow the footsteps of the panelists before me, Dr. Ler, Dr. Tanaka, and also Dr. Lee, in adopting, I would say, a very positive, realistic, yet very candid and perhaps provocative in some way or one way or another. So I would present my points along this spirit and also approaches. So my very first point, and I certainly hope to share or reflect a Southeast Asian perspective or a smaller state perspective. I do think that when it comes to Indo-Pacific, my very first point is that by now, the term Indo-Pacific is not just a construct, but it is already a strategic reality, and it is here to stay. And because of this reality, I do think that all countries, including China, should accept this as a reality. Denying or reacting in certain way would not change this reality. So I do think that this is a very important point to set, to add to the discussion, very important points that have already highlighted by the earlier panelists. And my second point is that I think it's also a reality that by now, with all the recent developments, especially, the word Indo-Pacific and even the related terms, the so-called institutional expression of Quad, is also a code word of anti-China or even containment. And this is something that I think Pak Rizal highlighted in his paper, and I do think that almost all of us will agree. It might not be a reality, but it is certainly a perception. And as I said, the recent developments of Quad about the AUKUS, and in fact, the intensification of Taiwan issue with multiple actors and also different levels would only add to this dynamics and also perception. So smaller countries, and I would say that not just the ASEAN region, even outside the region, are kind of getting more nervous. On the one hand, we do welcome more countervailing forces in one way or another, and not necessarily military forces, but also non-military, to constrain China when China becomes more powerful, when China's actions also becoming more assertive or even aggressive at sea and also elsewhere. But I think smaller countries, especially in ASEAN, we do see a very important distinction between constrainment and also containment. And there is a very dangerous, it's a very thin line, but a dangerous line. And I would argue that this is reflected in many of the responses. ASEAN countries in general, we are would go ahead to increase step-up partnership with basically all Indo-Pacific, the Quad members and also Indo-Pacific partners here and also outside the region. But I think you would see a very nuanced and sensitive differences that none of us really go out openly to say that we endorse the Quad, and nobody wanted to be grouped into the Quad plus, so on and so forth. Even though we welcome, we endorse the spirit of Indo-Pacific, rules-based, so on and so forth. So this is a second reality that I think all sides of the power contestation will have to realize and also accept and also respect. So now my third point is that how do we strike a balance, recognizing these two realities? I think precisely these two contrasting realities, which are going to stay. In fact, the dynamics are going to step up. I do think that the third point is that shows the increasing importance of ASEAN and also AOIP. And just like any ASEAN itself as an organization and also ASEAN-led institutions, it's inadequate but indispensable. It is not ideal, but I think it's essential and very, very important. Earlier on, Pak Yusof said that with AOIP, now the plan is to move this vision into a strategy. And Ambassador Ong Keng Yong mentioned that the current task is also to substantiate the AOIP. And I think Ambassador Imura has also very kind to recognize that ASEAN should take the lead to play the role. So I do think that I have a smaller recommendation, and that's my last point before I end my presentation, is that I do think that one of the very first steps and important points to substantiate AOIP is that we need to bring one word back in the discourse, in the discussion, and certainly in the ASEAN strategy and also policy actions. That is, in addition to free and open, the two keywords when we describe Indo-Pacific, either from Quad version or ASEAN version, I think the most important word that has to be added is neutral. And it should be a free, open, and neutral order, free, open, and neutral Indo-Pacific. And some might say that, and I understand a lot of commentators have described neutrality or ASEAN's Zophan back in the 1970s as a naive, because of Zophan was interpreted as a move on the part of smaller countries to try to eliminate or stop a big power rivalry. I do not think any one of us is so naive to think that big power rivalry can be eliminated. Nobody, no power, not even Washington, Beijing can really eliminate. It's part and parcel of the structural forces. We accept that reality. But the very neutrality, the Zophan spirit and also approaches is to do three things, three Ps. It's number one, to prevent the current existing big power rivalry from escalating even further. We are already in a big hole, but we should stop digging, and neutrality should emphasize that role. That's the first P. And the second P is actually to preclude the regional polarization. At the moment, we do know that there are contending forces, but ASEAN do not want to be entrapped into any of these, and we do not want to see a regional polarization from happening, especially in the Southeast Asia region. And the third P, and that's my last point, is that I think emphasize on a neutral in addition to a free and open would also actually preserve the very precious, valuable space for multi-layered cooperation that are already taking place. The fact that ASEAN was able, and also partners are able to make RCEP happen even at a very difficult time of COVID and other rivalries issues is the fact that ASEAN and ASEAN mechanism, although it's not adequate, but it is indispensable. And this kind of a space for maneuvering should be welcome for everybody. It's not just for ASEAN, it's for everybody. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Quick. So we've heard 4 very interesting remarks from our trigger speakers, all discussing the various aspects of the changing dynamics in the Indo-Pacific, but mostly highlighting the impacts of the major power rivalry and what it does to us, at least us from the perspective of Southeast Asia and ASEAN. I'd like to open the discussion. So those of you joining us as panelists, please, you can virtually raise your hand, so then I will allow you some screen time. Those of you joining us as attendees can type your questions in the Q&A box. Anybody would like to be the first commenter? Okay, if not, maybe everybody's still needing some time to construct their questions. So why don't I start off with some, I don't know, maybe some follow up from the remarks that were made by the 4 speakers, and maybe I'll begin by raising this to our ASEAN speakers. So Dr. Tin and Dr. Quick. You've heard so much expectations of ASEAN and what we could do with the ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific. But I think at the same time, you also hear a lot of criticisms towards the ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific, how it is not a strategy and so on. What steps do you think that, ASEAN needs to do? I mean, well, there have been a lot of recommendations about the need to set a strategy from the AOIP, but I think, seeing that since the pandemic, we hardly ever do anything about the AOIP anymore. The previous plans to hold the infrastructure summit, for example, has been put on hold and so on. So what do you think, looking at it again from the Southeast Asian perspective, what do you think is, the real future of AOIP, looking at from your perspective? Maybe I'll begin with Dr. Tin. Would you like to comment on that? And maybe after that, followed by Dr. Quick.
Thank you, Fifi. It's not an easy question. It takes the whole ASEAN to respond to your question. Before I can make some of my comments on the future of AOIP and what should we take it from here, I would like to emphasize this thing. The discussion of the major power rivalry is valid, is necessary, but in my personal perspective, we should not let that discussion overshadow anything that we are doing here in ASEAN, okay? And I don't think that we need to see the world from that polarized perspective by calling either the United States or China a polar, like we already witnessed during the Cold War, where we witnessed the Soviet Union and the US. The world today is so different. The power diffusion is happening. The shift of power is happening. Even the states, couldn't control big techs and big pharmaceutical companies and things like that. So I think the war is better described as a multi-centered, multi-order versus a polarization of the war order. So that kind of narrative, I think, should be avoided in ASEAN. Okay, so major power competition is high on the agenda, but shouldn't be the overwhelming item on the agenda. So let me move to the future. So I think we need to take baby steps to implement the AOIP, just for the sake of giving offering some of the tangible outcomes out of the AOIP. So the infrastructure summit is necessary. vaccine distribution is something that we can work on, and it is not that the AOIP provide this kind of mechanisms for us to do so. The job of the AOIP is to connect what we are trying to do with existing mechanisms, right? Because at the very outset, the AOIP is designed, to my understanding, to complement the existing mechanisms. So the job of the AOIP is to connect the dots, okay? It's not just, I don't want to see the AOIP like a set of projects and programs per se. I want it to enable projects and programs using existing mechanisms. And what can help us to make the case, a compelling case for the ASEAN people and ASEAN partners, is that we can be able to come up with some of the tangible, deliverables. And one of the some of the areas that I mentioned earlier include vaccine distribution, the consolidation of the regional supply chain, and some of the emerging issues that we are badly in need to respond to. So those are some of my comments on the question. And I believe in the future of the AOIP, and the AOIP has done a terrific job, of giving us the guidance to engage with partners and with our own self. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tin. Dr. Quick?
All right, thanks very much. So on the basis of what Dr. Tin has eloquently elaborated, I like especially his points, his emphasis on tangible outcomes, and also connect the dot. And I would think that those are exactly what the third point when we mentioned about AOIP should be the central platform, acceptable platform for everybody. So I would just add that to strengthen AOIP, clearly it's not just a matter of ASEAN member countries, but also all the dialogue partners. So at this point of time, and if I can, since I'm an academic, I can be as very candid, I think we in Southeast Asia see that almost all dialogue partners on different sides of the power contestation have all endorsed ASEAN centrality, so on and so forth. But I think from smaller countries' point of view, those are mainly like paying a lip service. They just mention, everybody just make it a point that whenever it comes to ASEAN-related meetings, you just mention that you endorse ASEAN centrality. But I think it only stopped at the talking. We do not really see the actions, the walking. So I do think that what Dr. Tin proposed, we want to see some tangible outcomes. We want to connect the dots. And I think this is where our AOIP can be developed, and then each dialogue partners in this region and outside the region should go beyond just emphasizing verbally about endorsing and supporting ASEAN centrality, but actually marry and also synthesize their own strategies, and especially I would say non-military strategy, especially, but not exclusively, with ASEAN countries, either ASEAN as a group or individual ASEAN member countries. And ASEAN of a group, of course, should be given the emphasis. And I think there are a lot of non-military chessboard issues that can be developed. And I would say that those are not just about the pandemic cooperation, but also along the supply chain, along the connectivity development, both for infrastructure connectivity, but also other connectivity. And you see all this as the highlight when leaders of G7, for example, talk about Build Back Better World. And then EU also as a group launched the so-called, early on, there was a EU-Europe-Asia connectivity. And more recently, along with the EU Indo-Pacific document, they have also emphasized about Europe's global gateway. So I do think that AOIP is important and should be the center platform where all these emerging strategies of dialogue partners of ASEAN should come in to see more concrete outcomes and to connect the dots.
Thank you, Dr. Quick. Anybody who would like to follow up from there? Yes, Ambassador Imura, please. You're still muted, Ambassador.
Do you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. I really agree with those two speakers who just mentioned put emphasis on the importance of concreteness and going ahead with concrete projects and proposals. I think if we really want to make AOIP operational strategy, then we should come up with concrete projects. And already ASEAN dialogue partners have proposed several ideas, and Japan has also presented to ASEAN 79 projects in line with 4 target areas. Now I think it's high time for the ASEAN members and also dialogue partners to come up and sit down together to discuss what we can do concretely. We should not remain the AOIP should not remain as abstract ideas, but AOIP should be concrete ideas with concrete projects, so that it, of course, we do have already RCEP and some other existing institutions and ASEAN-led coordination mechanism, but probably we can do more in order to to advance in line with AOIP ideas. That is, I think, what should be discussed probably among us today to advance AOIP projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Imura. Anyone else? If not, okay, Pa Yusuf, please.
Well, I'll agree with this, the developments that you mentioned, and everybody has mentioned it, about the importance that first, ASEAN has to be united, and we have to use platforms that ASEAN has created. We have an East Asian Summit, not to forget, which could be the main platform to do all these things for for OIIP. And here, then ASEAN will have already a central part, but this depending on two conditions. One, ASEAN should be much more forceful in willing to do this and make use of East Asian Summit. And the secondly is, of course, for all the partners, who are members, and actually everybody is a member on both sides. And therefore, if we can convince them that this will be the main vehicle, and because ASEAN also has said, we don't want to have a new institution to be built for this effort again. So that is one step further that you have rightly pointed out how ASEAN should proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ambassador Ong first, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I was just trying to unmute myself. Thank you, Fifi. I enjoyed the various presentations so far. I think it's very good that we are all in this setting to discuss what AOIP is all about and how we can substantiate it and make it better. I like the idea of Dr. Kwek Cheng Chui about the need to expand this notion of a free and open Indo-Pacific. But I also like to caution the use of the word neutral, because there will be a big debate within ASEAN what is the meaning of neutrality and how neutrality or neutral is regarded by the big powers and the bigger countries of the world. Yeah. So his suggestion raised a very interesting point, which we discussed among ASEAN member states while we were doing the ASEAN social cultural community many years back. Yeah, and if you look at the ASEAN social cultural community blueprint, it revolves around various things like, you know, communicable diseases, environmental degradation, climate change danger, the threat from many of these natural disasters that we in ASEAN face almost every day, you know, storms, volcanic eruption, earthquake, what have you. And at one point we were talking about how do we ensure a safe ASEAN, safety, safer for our women and children, safer for migrant workers, safer for everybody. So to add to the debate, I would suggest that instead of saying a free, open and neutral Indo-Pacific, we should just simply keep to our four-letter words: free, open, and safe Indo-Pacific. This is to add to your debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Ong. Dr. Lee first, and then Dr. Tanaka.
Thank you. I just would like to respond to what just Pak Yusuf said on East Asia Summit. Yeah, I'm a strong supporter of regional multilateral cooperation like ASEAN Plus 3, EAS, ADMM Plus, and ARF, and all that. It is a great instrument to manage these powers' unilateral behavior. Of course, there are rules and norms in these institutions, and it is an effective tool to a certain degree. And also to address so many non-traditional security issues and human security issues, and this multilateral platform a very effective way. But if you look at the reality, I'm just wondering if the US and China are still interested in ASEAN-led multilateral cooperation platforms. For example, once there was a time that both US and China were so much interested in East Asia Summit. They wanted to compete against their opponents within the context of a multilateral cooperation. But, you know, some time ago, China invented their own institution, Belt and Road Initiative. It has a big picture now. And the United States was a bit late, but it's got its own big picture in the Pacific strategy and Quad, and now AUKUS. So the interest that these superpowers now have in the ASEAN-led multilateral platform are much less than before. The question is, if we want to manage these superpowers through ASEAN-led institution, anyhow, we have to get these big powers back into the institutions. So that's my question about East Asia Summit and or ASEAN-led institution. If I add just one more sentence, South Korea is definitely supporting ASEAN-led institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Dr. Tanaka?
Well, thank you very much. As to the future ideas about AOIP, I would like to make a bit, I don't know, whether a bit controversial, or maybe this might be a question to our ASEAN friends. That is, you know, AOIP, IP is Indo-Pacific. And so when you think of concrete ideas about the AOIP, it's about the Indo-Pacific, not ASEAN itself. And my pet idea is to increase connectivity between ASEAN and other regions in the Indo-Pacific. For example, particularly South Asia or Sub-Saharan Africa. I sometimes feel that, I strongly support ASEAN centrality, but I sometimes feel that the ASEAN is too much ASEAN centered. ASEAN is a vigorous regional institution with the hopeful future, the size and population, size of economy. It can act as a global actor. And I think, whether it's a better idea to increase dialogue partners, but probably you should ASEAN should make a lot more outreach beyond ASEAN in order to somehow play, if you'd like to be more neutral, well, you should cultivate your friends beyond ASEAN. And unfortunately, that Myanmar's condition is terrible, and if Myanmar had been stable, you could think of land connectivity between Southeast Asia to South Asia. But now it's a bit hard in terms of land connectivity, given the Rohingyas problems and others. But I think, at least, for example, you should cultivate connectivity with such countries like Bangladesh. India is always very important, but there are many countries in Southeast Asia, South Asia that is not India, and then you could outreach, Africa too, and then also maybe you should cultivate relations with Pacific Islands nations. I think I wonder if our ASEAN friends would feel about this type of suggestions.
Thank you, Dr. Tanaka. Dr. Quirk?
All right, thanks very much. Just want to make a quick point to actually echo and also second what Ambassador Ong mentioned. I think it's a brilliant idea actually to use the word safe after free and open. I think fundamentally, safe is what everybody wants, ASEAN and non-ASEAN and beyond. And also safe is the ultimate policy and neutrality and other approaches are only the means. So I think this is a wonderful idea. But just to echo and also elaborate as a response to what Ambassador Ong mentioned, that neutrality itself it's also contentious within ASEAN community. And this is not new, it's not just a current situation. We knew that even back in 1970s, there was already some different interpretation about the word neutrality, hence the watered down version of Zopfan, so on and so forth. I do acknowledge about all that. And I just want to make a point that I think again, along the same contention that none of us is naive to think that eliminating a big power rivalry is possible. And the same logic, none of us think that the word neutrality or emphasis on neutrality would constitute an effective or credible shield to help us prevent us from big power's tendency. I think none of us will be so ideal or idealistic or naive along that line. But rather, I think it's about reiterate, to reassure powers of contending in the power contestation. And the other one, I think, is also to reiterate our bottom line. And that's will create some buffer and also a space for maneuver in one way or another. And I do think that the word neutrality has to be adopted in the AOIP and also the similar follow-up statements or documents, because I was quite surprised that AOIP, unless I overlook, but I don't think the word neutral or neutrality is actually included in the AOIP. And I do think that that's an important element. It's not the element, but one of the most important elements to strengthen ASEAN's bottom line, so that we do have some space, even though it's not a guarantee, but some space to maneuver, to bring a good that will benefit not only ASEAN countries, but also beyond. And very quickly, for Dr. Tanaka's point, I think what mentioned is very ideal and also I think desirable but might not be feasible. ASEAN, after all, is not a big power. What we can provide is mainly an inclusive platform and also a space for everybody to maneuver. But we are not Japan, we are not big powers, impossible for us to go to other regions. And coming back to what Pak Yusof mentioned, the importance of EAS, that's exactly an evidence that ASEAN has already done what you mentioned, to reach out to others. EAS consists of not just ASEAN, but also dialogue partners. And we take the gradual approach. Initially, only 16 countries. Then when US and Russia are ready, then be included. And we know that the EU and also Canada also are knocking the door. So I think ASEAN has never been excluding or saying no to others, but depending on the conditions, depending on the feasibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Quick, for your explanation. And I think there are at least a couple of questions I see in the Q&A box asking you to clarify what you meant by neutrality. But so I hope your answer just now could have already satisfied all the people asking the questions. I see Dr. Tin also raising his hand, but before that, we do have some questions in the Q&A box. But what I see, one word that keeps repeating in some of the questions is about ASEAN centrality. So before I ask Dr. Tin to make his comment, maybe I'll also ask the others who might wish to comment on ASEAN centrality. There's a question about, the emergence again of AUKUS and other unilaterals, how that will impact ASEAN centrality, and also asking about, the internal challenges of ASEAN centrality. So maybe some other people might like to comment on that. But before that, Dr. Tin, please.
Thank you, Fifi. I'm going to be very brief. I also mentioned the word neutral in my talk earlier, but I add the word active and maybe proactive neutrality. So we are not proposing passive neutrality or centrality for ASEAN. ASEAN is not taking side. It should not take sides, but ASEAN should take positions that are favorable to ASEAN and ASEAN people, and hopefully favorable to the region as a whole. So, so by that we mean centrality and proactive neutrality. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tin. Mr. Imura?
Yes, thank you, Fifi. I just want to say one word regarding what Yusuf Anandi said. He said, he talked about the importance of East Asia Summit process as a platform for moving ahead with AOIP. I think I totally agree with his idea. If the government are not ready to move ahead with using this existing framework of economic East Asia Summit, probably those scholars and researchers can form a kind of track to forum to move ahead with what we can do to substantiate AOIP based on using the platform of using East Asia Summit as platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Imura. Anybody else would like to make comments, perhaps regarding the ASEAN centrality? Maybe, okay, anyone? No? Okay, then if not, maybe I'll get some more questions from the Q&A box. There's also a couple of questions here. There's a question, okay, just now. Would like to seek the views of the panelists with regard to the idea of having ASEAN +2 meeting, ASEAN plus China and the US. So this is another idea for another mechanism of having, instead of an ASEAN plus China or ASEAN plus US with regards to the major power rivalry, then why not having an ASEAN +2 meeting, which is ASEAN plus China and the US. Anybody care to maybe try to discuss this question? No? Okay. Maybe I'll try to move on to another question while you elaborate on some of these issues. Pak Yusuf, I see you raise your hand.
Well, I would like to argue that you don't start now to argue to invite both of them, to have a meeting with ASEAN. I don't think nobody would like to do that, to be frank. And that's why I come back, like Imura said, why don't we use an existing one there where both are present? And others should be present because ASEAN is too small to face those two giants. But with the others, there is a possibility to discuss good things.
Thank you so much, Pak Yusuf. Okay, Dr. Tin.
I am completely on board with Yusuf's point of view on that. We should not create another mechanism to engage with the US and China. We already have the AS, we already have the East Asia Summit and the ADMM Plus. So we should address the issue from a broader perspective, okay, not to get bogged down into the bilateral competition between the two.
Thank you. Dr. Lee, you also have a comment on this?
Yes, at the moment, the ASEAN centrality is challenged in 3 different ways. The first one is that I just mentioned as a response to Pak Yusuf, that the big powers, which used to provide some fuel into the regional multilateral cooperation and ASEAN-led institution, their interest in ASEAN-led institution decreased substantially, although they still accept and they still voice that the ASEAN centrality, but I'm not quite sure if they are really into that. And second one, is something to do with the multilateral institutions. The ASEAN centrality is best realized in these ASEAN-led multilateral institutions. And so overall, the ASEAN-led multilateral institutions are getting weaker and weaker. So the ASEAN centrality is weaker than before because these institutions are weaker. And of course, there's a challenge within Southeast Asia, like the Myanmar case, and this different perspectives on South China Sea issues. So the ASEAN unity is not guaranteed at the moment, which in turn weakens the ASEAN centrality. And regarding the ASEAN +2 idea, yeah, I agree with Pak Yusuf that it is not easy for the US and China to say, okay, why not? But it is useful as a way to show that ASEAN is still alive. ASEAN, my suggestion and recommendation for Southeast Asia or ASEAN is that you make more noise. Either it can be realized or not, make more noise. That still the ASEAN matters. You have to show that to the regional countries and big powers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Tanaka, you have the screen.
Well, I probably should have responded immediately after Dr. Quick's mention about ASEAN's smallness. The ASEAN is not so small, It constitutes 8.6% in terms of world population, and even the GDP, 3.5% of the world's gross production. And in terms of trade, ASEAN constitutes 8% of the global trade. ASEAN is a big player. And why do you continue to consider yourself a minor actor? I'm sorry to be a bit provocative.
Thank you. Dr. Quick, you have your hand raised. Maybe you'd like to respond directly to that.
Yeah, thanks very much. I do appreciate these very candid and provocative questions. And of course, it's not new, but I do think that from Southeast Asians' outlook, we see a lot of things with a thin line, right? Weak and strong. There is a thin line between a lot of things. And by acknowledging, realizing that we are kind of weaker states, quote unquote, smaller countries within the larger international system, by no means implying or saying that we are doing nothing or we don't want to do anything. It's the opposite. Recognizing, realizing, awareness, awareing about the we are limited. We are not big powers, strong powers like Japan or others, especially the superpowers. Only means that we need to do harder and do more to overcome our inherent limitation and also vulnerabilities. And in fact, you are good to say to highlight all the strength and also the so-called big role of ASEAN, but that's ASEAN as a group. But ASEAN is not a unitary actor. We still are in reality a group of 10 different individual countries. Only Singapore is in the category of a developed country with a lot of resources. Others, we simply do not have enough resources, even for our own domestic demand and also developmental needs, let alone doing something that countries like big powers, countries like Japan and others are doing, right? So I think that's just a recognition of the reality, but it doesn't mean that we are giving up, we are doing nothing, but it's an awareness, a reminder that we need to do more. We never take things for granted. And ASEAN, as I said, is an inadequate but indispensable platform for us to manage a number of things. In fact, it's not just the outsiders, right? But also the intra-ASEAN differences, things that I think many observers outside of our ASEAN region often overlook. But again, it's part and parcel of the realities that we are facing. We might not talk about it, but we do realize that those are the things that we have to handle. It's not just about US and China. There are many other intra-ASEAN and domestic challenges that clearly is the main preoccupation of most countries in the region.
Thank you, Dr. Quick. Pak Yusuf.
Thank you. I just would like to answer some of these issues. Partly, it is basically 40 years of ASEAN that has it, a circumstance and environment which was always conducive, positive, and so it has developed, but developed, of course, with a very small, actually, enticing surrounding. So that's why we nicely made use of that. But that means also we stick to the base that we have established. Times have changed, and the problem of this existence, and that is what Quick has said, existence of 10 countries who are completely actually sovereign, who decided that part of their common interest maybe they could pursue together. And again, with the nice circumstance, of course, it has been relatively successful. But now we are facing heavy winds ahead, and hopefully we quicker. The quicker we realize that, and therefore the quicker we realize that we have to change to face those new heavy winds, ahead, then hopefully we can change also quicker than we thought we could. Otherwise, it will be a very difficult period for ASEAN, and the centrality of ASEAN is just a question mark.
Thank you, Pak Yusuf. Dr. Tin, I see you raise your hands, but could I please go to Mr. Kwa Chong Guan first? And then after that, I'm going to go again through all the trigger speakers, ask them for some maybe 1 minute concluding thoughts. Pak Kwa Chong Guan, please.
Thank you. Let me add here just a historical footnote to remind us. I think the old ASEAN hands here, Yusuf Wanande, Clara Juwono, my colleague, Ambassador Ong will remember that ASEAN started with very, very modest expectations in 1967. It was to bring together Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore to resolve their differences. And for the first 10 years, it remained essentially a foreign ministers' club. The heads never met until the first crisis struck in 1975, when South Vietnam fell, and quickly we convened the first ASEAN Heads of Government meeting in 1976 in Bali. We all were, those of us who are of that age will remember that. And then after that, the second crisis was 1979, when Vietnam invaded Cambodia and we came together to defend what we perceive to be our collective interest. And after the end of the Cold War, 1989, we expanded, again in response to changing conditions, we expanded ASEAN to what it is now today, the 10 of us. And in 1992-93, we expanded, we reached out to our dialogue partners and formed the ARF. So ASEAN has always been responding to crises and developments around us. The East Asia Summit was certainly formed in response to new challenges and crises. So the AOIP we are discussing today is similarly a response to a new crisis. And the issue then is, what is the status of this AOIP in comparison to other documents? Is it AOIP a vision statement that the 10 of us in ASEAN have come together as the minimum understanding of what we are? Or is it a master plan, as our Japanese colleagues think that we have agreed to, as to how to go and move out to change the world here? So I think there are vast differences. There's a different understanding of what ASEAN is about and what it can do here. Of course, we are grateful that our Japanese and colleagues think that we can do a lot more. But I think we in ASEAN are a bit more modest about our expectations here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kwok Chung-Wan. So now I think we are coming to the end of the first session, which has been, very rich discussion, I think. I'd like to go back to our four trigger speakers for their, some concluding thoughts, maybe 1 or 2 minutes each. I'll go back to the order of speaking. So first, Dr. Tin, please.
Thank you, Fifi. Just one sentence. So given the, the very modest but considerable capability of ASEAN, for example, ASEAN is in the top 4 largest trading partner of either the US or China. I think ASEAN is well positioned to negotiate with partners the way forward using vehicles like the AOIP. Okay, we are not here to be dictated what to do. So that kind of strategic belief should be sustained in ASEAN. That's my final thought. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Dr. Tanaka.
Thank you very much. I think modesty is a virtue, and it's good to be modest. But from my perspective, I worked in JICA and then visited many countries in the world, many developing countries. And then my feeling is that ASEAN's experiences can be very useful to many other developing countries who try to overcome the challenges of sustainable development goals and others. And I don't like ASEAN friends to have many more meetings. ASEAN probably has too many meetings already. But I would like, humbly request the, ASEAN member states and ASEAN as a whole to engage with many more developing countries so that they can be benefited from your experiences and wisdoms with being modest is very important to engage with many other developing countries, and then they can be very useful. And so that's my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lee?
Thank you. I'm basically looking at South Korea's new southern policy towards Southeast Asia. And one of the most common questions that I get from my Southeast Asian colleagues is that what's the Korea's strengths between China and Japan? China and Japan has big money to spend on Southeast Asia. And whenever I get that kind of question, my answer is that, South Korea is a small pocket compared to China and Japan, so we do something modest on our own to Southeast Asia. And then my colleague from Southeast Asia replied to me that, oh, Dr. Lee, that's not quite true. South Korean economy is very big, and you have a big soft power, cultural power. You got a lot of job you can do in Southeast Asia. I would like to get this answer back to my Southeast Asian colleague. You are not that small. You got a lot of resource. You got a lot of strength. And you have to make more noise and even controversy in the region to show your presence. That's my advice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Quick.
Yeah, I think within the 1 minute that I have, I will just make two very, very quick points in a way as a reflection and also as a response. Number one point is that let's not forget all politics is local, and eventually ruling elites of the day in all capitals, what preoccupied them more, it's always the domestic need and also a national development and how to win the next election and remain in power. There is lots of constraint. That's point number one. Point number two, I think I echo what Mr. Kwon mentioned. And if I understand him correctly, his point is not just about the modest part, but it's also acknowledging that we are modest ambition and origins, but also responsive. So it's modest, but responsive. And being responsive, meaning that we are not overstretching too ambitious and all that, but we are responding in the sense that prevailing crises and challenges one by one, gradual, and things are being accumulated. And my last point is that, and that's relating to Dr. Tanaka's earlier mentioned that comment and critiques that ASEAN has been too focusing about ASEAN centrality. And I do think that from Southeast Asia's perspective, we want to convince our dialogue partners that ASEAN centrality is a good thing, not just for Southeast Asia, for ASEAN countries. ASEAN centrality is a good thing for all the dialogue partners, including and especially the different sides of the power contentions, because we provide a platform for all of us to collaborate, maybe compete, but eventually also for cooperation that benefits everyone. So it's not just for us, it's for everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Quick. So we've come to the end of our first session. So thank you so much again for the four trigger speakers and also every other participants who have gave their comments and also questions to help us enrich the discussion. So I think we will take a very short break, I think about 5 minutes. Before we begin the second session. But again, thank you so much for all the four speakers who have so kindly joined us and shared their thoughts with us this morning. So we will take a 5-minute break. After the break, I will directly hand over to the moderator of session 2, who is Dr. Athan Greener, Associate Professor from Massey University in New Zealand. Session 2 will be about the changing economic order in the Indo-Pacific. So enjoy your 5-minute break and we will see you again soon.
The opportunity to invite us all back to our conference on policy by the Policy Research Network on Contemporary Southeast Asia, looking at Indo-Pacific cooperation and the way forward for the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. It's my great pleasure to be having the opportunity today to moderate our session 2. We'll be running for the next hour and 20 minutes, looking at the changing economic order in the Indo-Pacific. Today we are joined by a range of vastly experienced speakers, and we also have the opportunity here as well. We have another discussant, so I'll introduce the 3 speakers and the discussant before inviting our first speaker on this panel to proceed. So our first speaker today will be Dr. Jayant Menon. who is Visiting Senior Research Fellow at the Regional Economic Studies Program, ISEAS, I always have difficulties with acronyms, at the Yusof Ishak Institute in Singapore. Following our short address from Dr. Manon, we'll be following Dr. Katarina Caldenova, who's currently Acting Director, ASEAN Center at the Moscow State Institute of International Relations in Russia. From there, we will move to hear from Ms. Melissa Conley-Tyler, who is the Program Lead for Asia-Pacific Development, Diplomacy and Defence Dialogue in Australia. And we're exceptionally fortunate to also have a discussant in the form of Professor Shujiro Urata, who is Professor Emeritus at Waseda University and your Senior Research Advisor at the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, as well as numerous other portfolios. We don't have time, unfortunately, to work through their extensive biographies of all of these contributors, but they are exceptionally well-grounded and well-placed for making some initial comments for us to then continue on with in our roundtable sessions. So if I can invite our first speaker, Dr. Jayant Menon, to provide us with approximately 10 minutes also of his thoughts on this topic of the changing economic order in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Greener. And it's a great pleasure to be back again with this group to talk about the economic side of the Indo-Pacific arrangement. I have a PowerPoint that I will try and share now, and hopefully things will work okay. Please let me know if you cannot see any of this. And if I don't hear from you, I'll assume everything's fine. Right, so this is a shortened version of a presentation I made to RSIS a few months ago when actually Professor Urata was one of the discussants, and it's good that he's back again. So he'll recognize some of what I have to say, but I've tried to update things a little bit and shorten things given the time available. But let me get right into it because 10 minutes is not much, and I might need a little bit more, but hopefully not much more. Right. So I think the first point I want to make is that, the Indo-Pacific is, of course, more than ASEAN, but ASEAN is central. So most of what I have to say will probably relate more to Southeast Asia, but I will try and link it to the broader region wherever possible. And the second and important point, I think, is that, I recognize that Indo-Pacific is not an economic construct, or it isn't yet, but, the economy matters. And it matters in terms of, the geopolitics and, of course, the economic order, which is the theme of this session. So on that basis, I want to focus on some key post-pandemic megatrends or challenges affecting the economic prospects of ASEAN as well as the broader region. And then I want to say a little bit in concluding on how these countries should respond to those challenges, to both at the national level, but also more so how can they respond in a more coordinated way, through minilateral or multilateral mechanisms and institutions. So that's basically what I hope to do in the short time I have. So let me get moving with the first mega trend, I think, affecting this region, and that is digital disruption. So I think the pandemic has accelerated the move towards the digital economy. We know all about this. This webinar is a perfect example of what I mean. And they're both positive and negative consequences. The positives include various ways of increasing inclusion by bringing in, remote areas, small and medium enterprises, sometimes even, bringing the poor into the financial system. But I think overall, the net impact is actually to increase inequality, especially in the short run, and both within and between countries. So we need to be aware of that and concerned about it, despite all the positive, inclusion effects. And I think this comes from unequal access, depending on income class within economies, and between economies, it emanates from unequal preparedness, depending on stage of development. This is illustrated by the discussion on skills premium, with very high returns to skills, and the disruption to labor markets, especially at the lower end of the skills spectrum. Job losses due to automation and robotics are affecting those low-skilled repetitive tasks initially in the advanced countries, but moving quickly to the developing world. I think these adjustment costs can be reduced through greater factor mobility, especially in the short run. And this is compounded by the second mega trend affecting the Indo-Pacific region, and that is the divergent demographics. This will add to the disruption and increase the need for factor mobility. The rest of ASEAN is aging much more than its newest members, especially Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar. And in fact, East Asia is aging much more than India, for instance. So there's a lot of diversity in the demographic trends in the region, and it's not purely one of aging. There are young populations that require jobs going forward with the very uncertain post-pandemic recovery environment. The younger populations are in the poorer countries, while aging populations can be found in both rich and poor countries. So the obvious point here is that factor mobility can reduce the differences in capital labor ratios and assist productivity catch-up for more inclusive growth. Now, if only that were possible. So the pandemic is reinforcing, I think, other trends undermining globalization at the moment, particularly nationalism and protectionism. At a time where we need more factor mobility, we are simultaneously facing a reducing appetite for it. So countries are becoming less keen on opening up. In fact, I think a lot of the barriers that have been raised in the name of the pandemic may not come down very quickly when the pandemic is behind us. So they may last a lot longer than they're needed, and justified in various different ways. I think protection has a new name every few years. Nowadays, we speak of reshoring and even resilience as a way of, staying with the status quo, and sometimes in keeping out China from global supply chains. So we need to be wary of the disguises or the different guises that pandemic presents these days. So I think regional agreements, like the AEC, RCEP, and CPTPP, and maybe one day something involving more countries in the Indo-Pacific, are unlikely to be able to play much of a role in reducing the barriers to factor movements or in increasing factor mobility. And there's various reasons for this. We can go into them later if you like. But I think they will have to play their biggest role by promoting trade. So while they cannot directly reduce barriers to factor movements of capital and labor, especially labor, maybe a bit more with capital, they can help promote trade that uses these factors. And when they do that, some of the adjustment costs can be reduced because trade can partly substitute for factor movements. So they can greater trade can produce similar outcomes to greater factor mobility. For instance, through the factor price equalization that we can observe in the world, in the real world, where wages and rentals on capital can equalize even without any movement in workers or capital, just through greater trade. So that's your second best solution to not being able to deal with barriers to factor movements. And luckily, we have seen in this region that trade has played a big role. During the pandemic, at the start of the pandemic, you can see here the drop in trade in green for developing Asia is much lower than the G3 or the world in comparison. That was at the start of the pandemic, around, at its height of restrictions in May 2020. But the story has improved a lot since then. This chart from the ADB's latest ADO outlook, and you can see that the blue bits, which is the pandemic-related trade in goods, have almost disappeared more recently in those bars. So the non-pandemic related trade has grown very sharply more recently. And in fact, trade has grown so sharply that in developing Asia, with or without China, it is 20% at least above pre-pandemic levels, right? So against pre-pandemic levels. So trade is now so much higher than it was before the pandemic. And a lot of that is catch-up trade, of course. And this is what we are seeing now with all the labor, with all the supply side shocks on, at ports and so on. Right. So so trade has played a huge role in helping us through the pandemic, and now it's so much more important than it was before the pandemic, and that's a good thing in adjusting to these sort of mega trends. But that's the story on goods. Now, let me finish off quickly on all the other types of movements, especially people movements. This is where the story in Asia in particular is not so good. In Europe and North America, things have improved a lot with border openings, but not in Asia. We have seen some early signs of that very recently, but by and large, the border restrictions have not kept pace with domestic mobility easing. We have seen a lot of easing in domestic mobility restrictions, especially recently, but the gap between the two at the border and within the border is still very large. Again, you can see here on the left, the restrictions in Asia being so much higher in dark red compared to other regions, compared to the world, for instance. And on the right panel, the huge drop in basically tourism, tourist arrivals everywhere, but more recently, it's been very much greater in this region as the rest of the world has started opening. So I think we need to narrow the symmetry between domestic and border restriction, and we need to do so more quickly to catch up with what's going on in the rest of the world, especially as vaccination rates in this region also catch up. We might start with unilateral actions with micro-herd immunity or sandboxes, as we have seen, but we need to move quickly to more reciprocal arrangements through travel bubbles, and then look to multilateralize those sorts of openings. I think the hesitancy here relates to fears with importing a new variant, but the evidence is that border restrictions are not a very good mechanism in keeping out the new variant. If you look at the countries that have tried to do this most viciously, Australia and New Zealand, for instance, they have failed. And if they can't do it, I don't think anyone else can. Unless you completely close your borders, and that's not sustainable, every variant will find a way in. But they find a way in, and they move into the community when domestic protocols fail. So it's domestic protocols that eventually provide a safeguard. Quarantine breaches is what has produced domestic outbreaks of new variants, not border measures. Border measures cannot safeguard you. And this is even more true now with the highly transmissible variant like Delta. The value of border measures is falling sharply because Delta is so transmissible, and you cannot import this virus even if you wanted to in large numbers to match your domestic transmission rate. It is so transmissible that it's domestic restrictions that can limit its spread, not border measures. So I think, let me quickly conclude now because I've taken a bit more time than I've been given. I think the Indo-Pacific is not yet an economic construct, but economy matters. If this region is to address the economic challenges, it has to step up to dealing with these mega trends, some of which are directly related to the pandemic, such as the acceleration towards a digital economy. I think this will worsen inequality and unemployment, especially given the demographic trends that compound these effects. I think policies that increase factor mobility can reduce a lot of these adjustment costs, especially in the short run. But the problem is that the direct and indirect effects of the pandemic is reducing the appetite for increasing labor mobility and capital mobility as part of the backlash against globalization. We need to try and use our regional institutions to promote trade if you cannot deal with factor mobility directly, because trade can produce similar outcomes to factor mobility. And we have seen that play out already, especially in the Indo-Pacific region, where trade has, not been that badly affected during the start of the pandemic, and now is actually much higher than it was before the pandemic. So the remaining reform agenda relates to people movement. And this is where most of the work remains to be done. I think, as I mentioned, Delta has reduced the value of border closures, but not its cost. And so we have to start speeding up with the border openings as vaccination rates increase. So let me stop there and turn it back to you, Dr. Katarina, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. That was a very difficult ask, I think, for any of our panelists to provide some comprehensive reporting in 10 minutes. But the one thing that I certainly got from that was that some of the consequences of the pandemic, the nationalism, the protectionism, are just what we don't need to have happen at a point in time when we need to recover from the likely increases in inequality in particular. So it'll be, I think, a fruitful source of discussion. Okay, thank you so much. If I can please ask our second speaker, Dr. Katarina Caldenova, to weigh in with her thoughts on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, the organizers. I'll try to share my screen here. I hope it works. So thanks once again to CSIS Indonesia for convening this very important dialogue, and for all the partners. Rajaratnam School of International Studies and Japanese colleagues. The organizers asked me to speak about perspectives on Russian economic engagement with the region, and I'll try to do my best to do this in this coming 10 minutes or so. Let me briefly start with reminding the participants about the background of Russia's economic engagement with the region. And these observations do make sense because they should remind us about the very low starting point from which Russia proceeded, and also to be more objective in assessments of what Russia and ASEAN, Russia and other Asian countries has achieved so far. So the starting points were not very favorable in the 1990s for multiple reasons: domestic economic crisis, overall economic restructuring, external debt, strong orientation towards Europe, and the elements of this Eurocentrism, they are still there, even though we have multiple problems and crises in our economic relations with the West and with the European Union as well. And at the time, Southeast Asian states and Northeast Asian neighbors of Russia had already embarked upon a very specific export-oriented model of economic development, and we see that the emphasis on trade liberalization and trade diversification is really important for the region, even in times of the pandemic. That will resonate to my other point when I will be coming to the current processes. So the system of de facto economic integration, which emerged in the region and which even precluded formal forms of economic integration, which developed in the region, prevented Russia from easily joining regional economic landscape. And there were other limitations: stronger competition in the Asian market vis-a-vis Russia's positions in Europe, differences in the business cultures, etc. But from the 2010s, Russia started to demonstrate much more stable interest in Asia, not just in China and India, its traditional partners, but also in ASEAN. Let me briefly go into the statistics which I have prepared for today's talk. And I just want to pay your attention that efforts to re-energize Russia-ASEAN economic cooperation really brought some results. We see from this graph that the rise of trade turnover between 2007 and 2014 was fourfold, from $5 billion to $22.5 billion. With no other dialogue partner, ASEAN had such rise of trade turnover during that time. But of course, we take into account the very low starting base. Russian investments in ASEAN were quite moderate, but at the same time, we can register the success stories of ASEAN countries investing in Russia. I just want to give you a couple of examples of CP Group, Thailand business conglomerate, which in 2020, amidst the pandemic, became the 5th largest producer of pork in Russia, which I think is an incredible success story. And another country case, TH True Milk, a company from Vietnam, which in 2020 also became one of the biggest producers of milk. And in general, in 2020, Russia became the 2nd largest venue for Vietnamese investments, with Vietnamese companies having plans to export milk production to China, for example, not just to ASEAN countries and not just to trade it in Russia. And people-to-people connections, of course, were a real driver of our economic ties. You see on this graph the number of visitors from Russia to ASEAN member states during the period of 2010 and 2018. And indeed, what the previous speaker just mentioned was an important factor, I think, not only for Russia-ASEAN relations, but also for Russia-China relations, Russia-Indian relations, and also for Asian countries' relations with the outside world. And of course, this situation has changed with the pace of the pandemic. Let me get back to the core points, and I will now turn to the disbalances which we need to manage to have better engagement between Russia and the region. The first point here will be that Russian economic cooperation is still much stronger with Northeast Asian neighbors, with China in particular, but also with Japan and South Korea. And this is, on the one hand, is a good sign because it stabilizes Russia's relations with its Northeast Asian direction. But of course, we need much more diversified relations to better engage with Asia and with the Indo-Pacific area as well. Russia-ASEAN economic cooperation is still very much dependent on the geopolitical context. I made these graphs to show you the curves of ups and downs in our trade, in the number of people coming to the region, depending on the geopolitical circumstances. The year 2014 was important, the year 2018 was important, and then we got back on the rise and the pandemic meddled in. US sanctions doesn't help much Russia and Asia to move very much forward, though many Asian countries took no sanctions approach. So they denied this instrument, and the first session discussed the mismanagement of the economic interdependence. So here we see it in the full scale. Dr. Tanaka in particular spoke of the manipulations of the economic interdependence. What does it mean for Russia and Indo-Pacific area? It means that we certainly have some difficulties with financial transfers and management of economic projects, but I think that on the positive side, of course, it will eventually bring us to the realization that we need more agreements in the sphere of finance, in the sphere of financial instruments, and it also can spur some avenues for cooperation. We have slow accumulation of experience in the free trade between the Eurasian Economic Union and ASEAN, though there is a movement on the ground. We have FTA working with Vietnam, we have an FTA agreed with Singapore, but still not in effect, because other new issues come in, like investments, like services. These areas, they are indeed very much important for Singapore as a specifically structured economy. And there is still a debate about the ethics of the FTA, about the experience of the FTA with Vietnam. There are different kind of assessments, how successful it was. But the overall idea so far is that it is indeed a worthy instrument, and we need to have it to develop it further. Then I think that it will look beyond the Russia's economic relations with ASEAN and Northeast Asia. India definitely need much more attention from Russia's side, and our economic relations need to be improved. I would not go into much details, but I think that there is a big group of general unknowns. What do I mean by general unknowns? The prolonged effects of the pandemic. We don't know how much the expected birth rate, expected life expectancy at birth will develop after the pandemic. The first statistics have been coming this month, and it's not very it's not very positive. I mean, not just Russia or the United States, where the life expectancy at birth dropped by three years, almost 3 years. But also for Asia, there will be huge questions. Then the disruptances in infrastructure. The example of Suez Channel crisis brings us the examples what can really happen in this sphere. Geopolitics versus geoeconomy. The previous speaker mentioned that Indo-Pacific area is not an economic construction yet, and I think there is a huge way ahead before we would be able really to turn from geopolitics to geoeconomic vision of this area. Though, of course, there are certain trends which make us think about the geoeconomic connections. Future of the energy transition, because there is a debate in the international society, how it will evolve, what kind of outcomes it will bring, and the way how countries deal strategically with the pandemic. How do they see the border transparency? How do they see the organization of the mobility, etc., etc. And let me finish with a number of observations concerning the Russian potential niches and comparative advantages in cooperation with the region. I think that as for now, definitely there are areas where Russia can better engage with the region, and there are certain prerequisites. Number one is military technical cooperation, which is in the rise with all ASEAN countries, but also in with many Asian countries. And if we turn more to the economic sectors, I would name here, without probably getting into much details, the agriculture, that will be very important for the times after pandemic. Infrastructural cooperation, there are specific country cases where Russia has positive experience, and in this regard, Russia's ASEAN cooperation falls under the UN Sustainable Development Goal 9, industrialization, innovation, infrastructure, and this goal is mentioned in the recent documents of Russia-ASEAN summit, and I think it also do correspond to the aims of the ASEAN outlook of the Indo-Pacific. Russia will definitely keep its positions in the energy sector. There is a long-standing cooperation with Vietnam, but also with other countries that may evolve. Digital economy. ICT is a very promising area, specifically in the situation of rising strategic competition. It's good for the region, I think, to have third, fourth, five options to ensure one's cybersecurity and smooth operation of the ICT infrastructure. And as the experience of Russian leading ICT companies demonstrate, this area is not a ground for a zero-sum game between Russia and the US, for example. And there were cases when American counterparts addressed Russian ICT companies for help in difficult situations. So there is a room for cooperation, not just for competition. And there are success stories, Kaspersky Laboratory working in Southeast Asia, for example. Localization of the vaccine production. Russian-made vaccine Sputnik V was produced by a state-run company. So it is not about profit-seeking. The aim is about solving the pandemic problem. And in 2020, Russia already initiated a region-wide dialogue within the East Asian Summit framework, and there is a document speaking about how we could address the epidemiological situation in our country. And a couple of final things, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief and capacity building, which falls under ACG 17 and also mentioned in our joint documents of the 4th Russia-ASEAN Summit. Well, tourism, if properly renewed, we saw that tourism really drove our cooperation. So I think that we could moderately hope that it could once again play a driving role in our relations once pandemic comes down a little bit. So I hope I didn't took that much time. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. I learned a great deal in a short time. I would like to invite our next speaker, Ms. Melissa Conley-Tyler, to offer a few thoughts as well. And then we will move also to our discussant, Professor Urata, before thinking about the possibility of question time, where I can see there's a question in the Q&A. I will be asking people to raise hands as well for the questions at that point in time. But over to you, Melissa. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Bethan, and thank you to CSIS, GRIPS, RSIS for the invitation, and particularly for inviting dialogue partners like New Zealand and Australia. Along with having Russia and the US, it makes us quite an East Asian summit. So it's fantastic to be able to be part of these discussions. For me in particular, I'm really enjoying seeing so many familiar faces after a very long time locked down here. I was recalling that on the day that the AOIP was released, I was attending the Asia-Pacific Roundtable in Malaysia with, I think, many of you from memory. And it seems quite fitting to come together again to talk about these issues. These days, I head up a new initiative, the Asia-Pacific Development, Diplomacy and Defence Dialogue, which is bringing together those three elements of Australian statecraft. It's been great to already engage with some of you. So, Jayon, thank you for coming along to one of our very first sessions. We really appreciate it. And in my comments today, I'm very much approaching with that perspective, with that mix of economic, security, diplomatic engagement between Australia and the region. Now, you're going to be able to tell straight off that I'm not an economist because I don't have a PowerPoint to share with you. I'm going to follow Dr. Quick's advice and give you 3 observations and 1 recommendation. So my 3 observations are that I'm seeing some convergence between Australian and ASEAN views on the Indo-Pacific. Secondly, though, I think there remain significant divergences and differences in how we're seeing it. And my 3rd observation is that Southeast Asia is much more central to Australia's agenda than it has been in recent years, and that's a real opportunity. So if I can start off, in terms of convergence, I was thinking when the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific came out, I mean, one of the very first and easiest convergences is we're now talking the same language. Australia has been talking about Indo-Pacific in its policy documents for years, and that's really the only thing that's talked about in the sort of security and diplomacy front. So that was a good start. Ambassador Imura has talked about, this recognition of the single system, having the 2 oceans as a single system, and that's very much how Australia sees it. And I think the ASEAN Outlook gives that same sense. And if you think, again, about what's in the ASEAN Outlook, maritime cooperation, connectivity, development, economic cooperation, those are all very much Australia's concerns in the region, and they're very much in tune. So I think there is a convergence, and that does look a little bit different than it would have, some decades ago. But on my second point, there really do remain some significant differences, and you probably don't need me to outline them, but I will. So, I mean, Dr. Tanaka this morning, for example, talked about, that the key drivers in the region being great power competition and economic independence. And out of those 2, Australia is much more focused on the first, on the great power competition side. We have taken a view. So our Prime Minister, for example, in his words, says that what he wants in the Indo-Pacific is a strategic balance in the region that favours freedom. Okay, so we've taken our view on what we want from that. We've explicitly said that we want to stand up to China and that we're willing to take the consequences of that. So in terms of the economic coercion and what that means, we accept the consequences for our trade. And I think that is distinct. That is different than the way that I would say Southeast Asian countries manage these issues. I remember the words of a great Singaporean diplomat, Bilahari Karthikeyan, who talks about every country in the region having to simultaneously stand up to and get along with China, that's a balance that all good leaders have to manage. And I think from Australia's perspective, we've really gone for half of that equation, and that's where we are at the moment. So what we're doing is we're working with others who see some of those same issues, who want to constrain or balance Chinese power. And Dr. Lee Jae-Hyun talked about this from the US perspective, about finding like-minded, capable countries. It's the same from an Australian perspective. We're looking for like-minded countries who share our concerns. So we've had discussion, I've heard mentioned many times, the Quad, which Australia's been a big part of, AUKUS as, a new initiative. And I think for those who know Australia, AUKUS probably isn't a great surprise. we're very comfortable with our great and powerful friends from history. And in a difficult time, you understand why countries go back to what they think of as their comfort zone. So for a country like Australia, which has that sort of fear of abandonment deep in its soul, AUKUS makes a lot of narrative sense. If it doesn't make sense in other ways, who knows? At the same time, I've got to say, though, Australia is very clear all the time that we endorse ASEAN centrality. And we really do mean that. We really do think it's a good idea. For a long time, Australia was a huge spruiker of East Asia Summit, for example. I remember when one of our former secretaries to the Department of Foreign Affairs was asked what are the two most important multilateral institutions? And he said G20 and EAS. This was a time when we were actually on the UN Security Council, but when he was asked what are the two most important multilateral institutions, that's what he said. So we really support it, but we'd obviously like it to do more to really fulfill the promise that it has with the right membership. Okay, and so for my third observation, Southeast Asia is much more on Australia's agenda. I think you can see that in all sorts of ways. I mean, it's only earlier this month that Australia agreed a comprehensive strategic partnership with ASEAN to go with our comprehensive strategic partnerships with Indonesia, Singapore, and most recently Malaysia. As Dr. Leah was saying, the Australian Foreign Minister is visiting Southeast Asia and is in Vietnam at the moment. Last year, we had a huge step up in the amount of development and economic cooperation with the region. And that was quite a change. There'd been a view, I think, becoming more common in Canberra that maybe Southeast Asia wasn't such a focus for us anymore. Southeast Asia didn't need our development assistance, in the old-fashioned sense of aid. And there'd been a big step up on our linkages with the Pacific Islands. And that had literally meant a bit of a step back from Southeast Asia. The resources that were going to our partnerships in Southeast Asia got pushed over to the Pacific. And I think that's very much changed. So our foreign policy white paper said, and again, this is the context of great power competition. It said, as competition for influence grows, the Australian government will increase its efforts to ensure that it's a leading security, economic and development partner for Southeast Asia. So we are pushing ourselves much more into being a partner of choice for the region. So last year you saw the biggest package we've done since the tsunami, and you've seen a lot more with vaccines this year. And I expect that to continue. I think Southeast Asia has become much more central in Australian thinking. It may not be for reasons that ASEAN's comfortable with, in the sense that we're focusing on the great power competition, but it may have some positive benefits in terms of Australia's engagement. So from that, my recommendation, what is my recommendation? It's a simple one. I would say to Southeast Asian friends, please do keep engaging with Australia. There will be times where we are clumsy and frustrating. I remember an ASEAN diplomat once telling me Australians are too clumsy to be Asians. And I thought, well, maybe that's true. But all of that being said, we are still a very important actor in the Indo-Pacific. If you put together what we have in terms of our defence, our diplomacy as an economic partner, we do have things to offer and we're worth continuing to engage with. So I'd say in response particularly to the first session today, yes, Australia is not neutral, but that doesn't mean it's not useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Melissa. I think that was very forthright and usefully so. I must say, as a New Zealander, AUKUS was a little bit of a surprise. And it's interesting to see where some of these similarities and differences come in as well between our two countries as well. So if I may please call on our eminent commentator, Professor Urata, to provide some reflections on what has gone before and his own thoughts on this particular topic, and then we will look to open the floor to questions. I can see there are a couple in our Q&A, but I'll also provide the opportunity for those panelists to engage in the roundtable discussion. Thank you.
Well, let me thank the chair and the organizers for giving me this opportunity to discuss very interesting discussions presented by panelists. My comments are mostly on Dr. Menon's presentation. As he mentioned earlier in his remarks, I commented on his earlier presentation, but this time I tried to make somewhat different comments, but mostly questions. First, I always enjoy Dr. Menon's presentation because it is very insightful and illuminating and so on. And I did enjoy his presentation today again. My first question is on the possible role of regional kind of institution, or maybe AOIP, in order to deal with the problem of increasing inequality, which is caused by the pandemic, as well as the digital transformation you mentioned. It is true that the increasing inequality is a very serious problem, and as you indicated in your paper, that the improving skills of particularly unskilled workers is essential to deal with this inequality problem. But I just wonder what countries as a group in the framework of maybe AOIP can do to deal with this problem. How can they get together to help improve the quality of workers, particularly unskilled workers? That's the first question. The second and third questions are some questions which are not really related to what Dr. Menon presented, but of course related to that. That is the impacts of the COVID pandemic on macroeconomic issues. As we all know, many countries, many governments has increased their government spending to deal with the COVID situation, and that resulted in the increasing government debt, right? And also inflation is taking place, and the United States decided to tighten up the monetary policy, and that of course will lead to appreciating US dollars, and that'll have very difficult problem for debt-ridden countries. Okay, so I just wonder how you look at the situation, macroeconomic situation, or macroeconomic problem caused by COVID. How can developing countries, maybe ASEAN countries in particular, can deal with this macroeconomic problem? And the last question is related to this macroeconomic problem, but from a different perspective. This is the impacts of COVID pandemic on supply chains, global value chain. Do you see the disruption of supply chains? Is it recovering very quickly, or do you see they're still in the kind of a problem? And I see a shortage of like semiconductors. I see many automobile companies reducing the production because of the shortage of parts and components. So I thought this disruption of supply chain will be dealt with quite quickly, but it turns out that they are still having a lot of problem, in the form of shortage of parts and components, shortage of semiconductors. So how do you see the impacts of COVID pandemic on supply chains? Do you see there are structural changes taking place involving supply chains? And that of course lead to, shortage of parts and components contributed to inflation. Here again, the impacts of COVID through supply chains on inflation is a problem. So again, I come back to this macroeconomic issues. And so these are the issues which you didn't touch upon, but I think I like to hear your views on this. So let me stop there. I'd like to be sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those questions. All very, very interesting. I believe the first was directed directly towards you, Jaeon. So if you don't mind picking up the ball and running with it, and then we shall see if our other speakers wish to contribute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Katarina. And thanks to Professor Urata for providing a lot more interesting comments and thoughts. I have revised the paper once after receiving his comments earlier. It looks like I have to do a lot more work now and revising it one more time, but certainly welcome those thoughts. So I think there were three main questions raised. I don't know if I can answer all of them or answer them fully, and I'm sure others might have ideas as well, and I welcome that. Firstly, Shu, you mentioned the role of the AOIP or other regional organizations in trying to deal with the rising inequality coming out either directly or indirectly from the pandemic, the digital acceleration, and directly from the pandemic itself, where we've seen, stubborn increases in unemployment and this so-called K-shaped recovery where, the poor are being made a lot poorer and the rich are actually getting much richer. So, the process of recovery itself, let alone the pandemic, the recovery from the pandemic is increasing inequalities as well. I think I have, the main response will be one I guess I've already touched on, and that is, I think the more we can trade in factors and goods and services and people movement, the better chance we have in addressing these rising inequalities. I think trade, as we have seen, has been growing. I think it can do a lot more going forward, and regional, arrangements have got an important role to play in at least bringing down trade barriers or stopping them from rising during difficult adjustment phases. I think they've had limited success in dealing with labor mobility. Even, the so-called gold standard CPTPP can't do much on that apart from, dealing with things like trade union memberships and dealing with those sorts of, issues on protecting worker rights and all that. But they can't do much on labor mobility. ASEAN, of course, has got the mutual recognition arrangements in place, but they have had limited, I think, success, to be fair, so far. But I think, so labor mobility is clearly something that will require national actions more than anything else, and countries have to see it in their interest of bringing down the barriers that have been raised. And if they don't, it will spill over into informal flows, especially in the Southeast Asian region. It was happening before the pandemic. It will increase now that the barriers are in place, because there's a demand for it, there's a supply for it, and there are all kinds of illegal networks willing to facilitate. And so this is not good for sending or receiving countries. So if we can try and deal with labor mobility, that would be good. But I think those are the main ways in which, I think we can deal with these inequalities going forward. Secondly, on the macro issues, I think these are very important issues. I couldn't cover them in this presentation, but I think all the things you've highlighted, the rising debt, the debt overhang in a post-pandemic world will be a significant factor. This time, we have the very difficult situation where everyone has increased their indebtedness, right? So it's not one group or the other, everyone. And the ones that were in surplus have reduced their surplus. the ones in debt have increased their debt. So the whole world is moved towards greater indebtedness or lower, they've had to reduce their surpluses. So basic outcome, of course, these things have to balance at a point in time, but they don't over time. So the future generations will absorb a lot of the burden of this adjustment process. And that's what we've basically done. But it has, I think, led to overshooting. I think governments have found that, the fiscal spending, especially in the poorer countries of Southeast Asia, has not reached the intended recipients. And so they've continued spending and trying to reach them. And so this has added to the overshooting and possible inflationary spiral that might soon set in, and compounded by these sorts of shortages and bottlenecks on the supply chain and at ports, and the sharp rise in shipping costs that we are witnessing at the moment. I think the big question there is whether it's transitory or whether it's more of a longer term trend. I think it might be transitory. I think we're seeing this happening because of the pent-up demand from the lockdowns that have lasted so long in so many countries, and hopefully they will work their way through the system. And well, that's the hope. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I think that relates to your third point, which is about how global supply chains have responded. I think by and large, if you had to, give it a score or a report card, I think you would have to say that global supply chains have done quite well. They've shown themselves to be quite resilient during the pandemic. And I think it's partly because this was a global pandemic. Supply chains fail when you have these high impact, low probability events affect one part of the chain, but not all of it. And when it affects the whole supply chain, like with the global pandemic, then it doesn't matter that it's a supply chain, right? So the good way to illustrate this point is to compare it to the Thai floods of 2011, which saw the breakdown of production in this region, because one segment of the supply chain was affected, which reverberated throughout the whole supply chain. So the vulnerability of supply chains was highlighted by that type of shock. But when you have a global shock that affects almost every country, then whether you have supply chains or not, you're going to suffer similar consequences. But I think supply chains have shown their resilience, and I think this push towards digitization will probably increase the ability to manage these types of shocks, anticipate them better, and manage them better going forward. This will take time, but I think this increased digitalization of supply chains that has been accelerated by the pandemic will work to our benefit in the future in dealing with future crises. We'll better anticipate, these shortages and these sort of bottlenecks, and then be able to respond more quickly as well because of the digitalization itself. So I think, I don't know if I've been able to answer your question, all of your questions, but those are my responses. But thank you very much for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. At this stage, we have a richness of questions and a poverty of time. So we have approximately 10 minutes. So if I can ask our other two speakers, I'll go in order. So if we can have Dr. Caldenova and then Ms. Conley-Tyler, if you would like to respond to either of those two questions, and then we'll see how much time we have to return to the rest. Thank you.
Okay, do you mean responding to the questions in the chat box or those raised by the commentator?
Raised by the commentator firstly, and then if you would like to say something brief, then that's fine. And if it's something that you would believe that you don't have a great deal to say on, that's fine as well. Thank you.
I'll just indeed briefly jump in to the discussion between Dr. Jayant Menon and our Japanese esteemed colleague with one observation. Quite recently, our State Epidemiological Service has put forward, I think, a very important idea that we need to build barriers against infections, not against movement of people. So philosophically and even ideologically, in terms of dealing with the current state of the pandemic, I think this idea brings lots of sense. But to put it into practice, I think that, of course, all countries, and probably the East Asian Summit might be the best framework for advancing this idea regionally, should do come together and agree indeed on the health protocols to make them consistent with the World Health Organization recommendations, and also apply them to the regional realities. So if this goes further, then that might be a great breakthrough for the whole Indo-Pacific area. But that depends on how we react nationally to that, and how well we are prepared, to, I would not say sacrifice our sovereignty aspects, but to be consistent and to be agreeable that we all need this. Thank you.
Thank you. I've just been reminded we do in fact have 20 minutes. That wasn't an intentional, ploy on my part to encourage conciseness. So I'll hand over to you, Melissa.
Oh, well, I'm happy with that. I might, if I can, just respond to the three questions in question and answer, which are directed at me, and I think I can put together. So first of all, to Pak Satrio, you ask essentially what are the issues? What is it that Australia has been doing to stand up to China and to counterbalance? Probably the best way to think about that is, what is China most upset about? So China put out a statement of 14 grievances against Australia, which is fairly unusual behaviour, but they did. And if you look at what's there, it's things like blocking Huawei and encouraging other countries to block Huawei from the 5G network, blocking foreign investment, foreign interference legislation, and anti-BRI. Speaking out on human rights, particularly on Taiwan, Hong Kong and Xinjiang, and calling for an inquiry into the origins of COVID-19. So that's the sort of things we've been doing which are perceived by China as pushing back. For Ibu Fitriani, Australia, I think, is very pessimistic about US-China relations. I think we see it locked into a pattern where mostly it's confrontation and contestation, with only little bits of cooperation in there. And I don't think Australia sees that changing soon. Now, that may be an overly pessimistic view, but I think that's pretty widely shared among the strategic policy community in Australia. And lastly, for Shikata-san, thank you. How is Australia going to get along with China? Well, I'm not sure there's going to be any immediate change, would be my feeling. I think both are quite comfortable where they are. There's no obvious incentive for either Australia, given domestic political imperatives, or for China, wanting to seem tough and to punish countries that go against its interests. There's no real gain for either of them in trying to improve relations at the moment. So I don't see that changing quickly. Within Australia, with the democratic process, we can have a change of government that might lead to a little thaw, and that's possible. But the overall feeling, the public opinion, it's not very conducive to major changes. So I think you'd be talking small, maybe a small improvement rather than anything major. We might really just have to wait until China wants something desperately from Australia and is willing to, let us out of the doghouse to get it. So none of that is very positive, if I may say, but that is probably where the thinking is at the moment.
Thank you for that frankness again, Melissa. Can I also ask if you could address the final question that's just popped up with regards to how Australia views China's application to the CPTPP?
Fascinating. That's a great question. I think there's a mix of views on this. Some see it as potential leverage to try to improve our own situation with trade disputes with China. It seems a good time to try to get us out of the diplomatic deep freeze where we haven't been able to have any direct ministerial contact. So they would say, here's the opportunity. For others, they would see it as absolutely not. We're not interested in involving in even slightly opening the door for China to be part of CPTPP. So I think that's interesting. I mean, the Taiwan application will also be a factor and how that's dealt with. And I can see ways that you could manage that and massage that, as happened with APEC, where China and Taiwan are both there as member economies. I can see a potential grand bargain there if anyone decided they wanted it. But yeah, at the moment, I think Australia officially has been positive, has not said absolutely it is against. The question is, what does it do behind closed doors? And that I'm not sure of. Thank you. Thanks, Beth.
Thank you for that. If I can then also draw your attention, Dr. Caldenova, to the first question for you with regards to the room for improvement between Russia and ASEAN economic relations, if you would like to speak to that.
Here, if I may, I will comment on that first question from Satra Santosa, and also to a very interesting question from Fitriani, which I think, well, provokes some thought in this regard. As for the trade, of course, that's a perennial issue, how we could move forward. And I specifically started with probably deeper historical delve into the 1990s to explain why actually we still have problems in moving forward in that direction, plus the geopolitical constraints which I mentioned. But of course, I think on both sides, economists and policymakers are thinking how to improve the situation. And the well, the hint here is, of course, I think digital trade and e-commerce, for which we now have several B2B platforms operating, the high-tech, Russia's high-tech hub in Singapore, which I think will help in promoting Russia's innovation products. Halal products, that's an issue between Russia and Indonesia, well, quite recently, and I think that's a promising area. Absolutely depoliticized, and nobody will be harmed if we just go into trade in these areas. Logistics, improvement of logistics, that's a long trade goal, which will enable Russia and ASEAN to trade, and I think Vladivostok is important here. The more connections we will have, the better it will go. But I think that there are already bright sides, because agricultural sphere is really booming in this regard, and we can expect more in this area. But besides the trade in physical goods, of course, trade in service is a very underexplored area. Investment opportunities. This is all what we need to explore very attentively if we wish sustainable economic connections. And if you permit, Chair, a couple of words on the US-China possibility to come into agreement. You know, I listened very attentively to the first session and was shy to jump in with probably a slightly provocative observation that President Biden, unfortunately, haven't even managed to meet President Xi personally, or President Xi hasn't managed to meet President Biden personally. But if we compare the current administration with the previous one, President Trump managed to talk personally, both to Xi and to Putin, whatever disruptions it might have caused afterwards. So, of course, getting back to serious tone, of course, there are pressing problems. Climate change, Afghanistan is a huge, huge question mark. We don't deal with it, but I think that it will resonate in Asia. And there is a need to have at least a kind of dialogue, but it doesn't go very much forward so far. So I'm also pessimistic as Melissa previously was. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, a frank conversation, which helps our understanding further. Can I please also pass back to Dr. Menon with regards to the question that's in the chat about the most significant ASEAN FTAs that would help facilitate economic improvement after the pandemic?
Right, thank you. So if you force me to pick one, I'll have to say RCEP at the moment, which is the largest FTA in the world that will come into effect now in a few months, 1st of January next year. And ASEAN's right in the center of it. It includes all of its supply chain partners. So it's got that going for it. Its size, but with size comes at a price, and that price is usually debt. And so, you know, the mechanisms in RCEP are, you know, not shallow. People often would describe shallow, but not as deep as a lot of the bilateral agreements that exist within it and between members of RCEP and other external partners. So while I would nominate RCEP, I would say that a lot of the difficult issues on, say, digital trade and also factor mobility, which I tried to emphasize earlier as being important, might have to take place through small number agreements or bilateral, trilateral agreements, and they will still play an important role for the important, sensitive, or difficult issues. So it's a combination, I think. But RCEP, I think, has a lot of potential. The big win will be if RCEP can bring in the US somehow, either through the CPTPP or through APEC, or, you know, through a marriage with some other mega regional. But RCEP is there, it's happening, it's starting very soon, and that, I think, is going to be very important. Can I also, while I've got the floor, say something very quickly? I forgot to mention just now, I guess I should have also highlighted in relation to Professor Urata's point about disruptions to supply chains. Of course, I said I thought that it, you know, if you gave it a score, you'd give it a passing grade. Supply chains have stood up to the challenge of the trade war and COVID, I think, quite well. But now we are seeing these sorts of shortages and bottlenecks and so on. You know, I think that's to do with the unevenness in demand and the pent-up demand spilling over. And I think you should be careful that it's not used as a pretext to further this sort of reshoring argument and resilience, increasing resilience trend, right? Which is, you know, I think at one level it sometimes refers to trying to push China out of the supply chain, which is both, you know, costly and impossible. So choose which one you want. I think it's very unlikely that you can do that, or it's not very sensible to try and do that. You know, I think it shouldn't be used as a pretext to actually go ahead with this, you know, a reshoring argument, which I think, you know, will not solve the problem and is probably, you know, going to cost more than it will actually address in the longer term. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I must admit, I could see Melissa nodding to that particular discussion, and I just wanted to know if there's anything you or Dr. Caldenova would like to add, and if, in the meantime, if there is one last pressing question from the participants, please feel free to raise your hand. You may get lucky at this stage.
I'll wait and see if there's a pressing question. That's a great invite.
Can I raise one question?
Of course you may.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I agree with Jay Menon when he said this impacts of COVID on supply chains is, well, passing grade. I agree with that. But partly because this COVID did not physically disrupt supply chains, whereas like flood or great, you know, East Japan earthquake physically disrupted the supply chains. So that's why, I mean, COVID, disruption by COVID is rather maybe easier to deal with when demand, you know, comes back. But one, I think, worry, of course, is the U.S.-China decoupling. that has a greater impact on a disruption of supply chains. And how do you see this, impact, Jay?
Can I respond, Dr. Green?
Yes, of course, please do.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Shu. I think, you've really highlighted the key issue when it comes to thinking about supply chain disruptions. It's not really about COVID. It's about, I think it's more about the trade war than COVID. I think COVID has perhaps accelerated some of the disruption and relocations, but I think the trade war has a lot more to do with it. And I think the reason for that is the following. In a world of supply chains, bilateral or discriminatory tariff on a particular country magnifies its impact. So for instance, you take a China export to the US worth, say, $100, and the tariff, let's say, is 25%. So the 25% is applied on $100, which is the total value, but maybe only about 10% of the value is actually produced in China, right? Because of supply chains. So the 10% value added magnifies a 25% tariff to become a 250% tariff. So small bilateral or discriminatory tariffs can be magnified many times over by the whole process of slicing of the value chain or supply chains. And therefore, if Vietnam can do whatever China has been doing for less than 250% of the cost, it makes sense to shift out of China to avoid the tariff into Vietnam. And I think we've been seeing quite a bit of that happening. The huge buffer provided by small tariffs to countries that compete with China, which includes the US, but it's not limited to the US. So that's why we haven't seen this rush back to the US. We've seen movement out of China, but to most of ASEAN, actually, rather than any other country. But that's mainly for the footloose industries, the labor-intensive industries. I think for the important players in supply chains, electronics, machinery, transport equipment, even that magnified effect has not been enough to force them to shift. People often talk about, the whole ecosystem that comes with these complex manufacturing systems. It takes a lot to shift them out. And apparently these tariffs, despite having a magnified effect, has not been enough. And we are seeing data now that a lot of this is not affecting the traditional capital-intensive bits of manufacturing. Of course, there is a price at which they will also shift, but we haven't reached that price. But we may reach that price if this trade war evolves from tariffs into non-tariff barriers. When we start sort of banning Huawei and clamping down on technologies or canceling visas, then the effective rate of protection goes from something we can measure to infinity. And then you might find these capital-intensive industries forced to shift. Hopefully we'll avoid that. But I think, yes, absolutely. The trade war has had the much bigger impact. It has pushed out a lot of labor-intensive segments of the supply chain, but not the capital-intensive industries. And hopefully it won't escalate to a point where those sorts of industries are also forced to shift. Thank you.
Thank you. I realize we have very limited time, i.e. 1 or 2 minutes left, but I recognize that Ambassador Ong Kong Young has had his hand raised. So if we can ask for your final short, hopefully, question and some short answers and response, and then I will turn us back to Dr. Mohabat. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I just wanted to harass Professor Urata and Dr. Menon because we talk about the cooperation going forward in the Indo-Pacific area. looking at trade and all the supply chain issues, we also have to now worry a bit about the increased emphasis by China and some of the other economy on moving to digital currency and digital fintech way of doing things. Do we have to consider that in this particular exercise, or we can defer that to another future occasion? Yeah, just a quick readout from the panelists, including Dr. Katarina from Russia. Thank you.
Thank you. A very quick response in order of speakers, if we may. Dr. Manon, do you have any one?
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
one-liner?
I thought you meant the order of speakers as in the original
apologies.
order.
Yes.
Right. Wow. A quick response to a very complex issue, Ambassador Ong, is very difficult. But I think we should distinguish between cryptocurrencies, which is a digital asset, and the whole process of blockchain technologies and so on. So I think I'm not a believer that cryptocurrencies will continue this upward trend to the moon in their value and their use. I think the blockchain technology that underlies this process has many useful applications and will continue to help increase the resilience of supply chains and many other aspects of our social and economic life. So I think that is where we need to focus on. And the cryptocurrency phenomenon, I think, is a passing fad, and I don't see much value in that apart from making some people very rich and maybe very poor very soon. I don't know. But the blockchain technology that underlies it, I think, is quite valuable. Thanks.
Thank you for that very concise response. If I can move very quickly through Dr. Caldenova, Ms. Conley-Tyler, and the last word can go to our discussant if you would like to say anything, Professor Urata.
Thank you. I think that the question raised by Mr. Ong Kyung-yong has wider implications. It is not just about digital currencies, but the way how the financial cooperation in the region might be organized. And there are many undercurrents in this question. Digital currencies is just one, because you know that there is, well, to put it oversimplistically, as I see it, there are two ways forward. There are floating digital currencies. They do not belong to any particular nation or country. And there is a move to take this process under control. So we see it increasingly in China. I know less about how Southeast Asian countries are reacting. In Russia, we are about to develop a digital ruble currency, but I would not say that's a big game changer in the picture. But if we move forward, the blockchain technology is also part of the picture, and the way how the financial cooperation and the financial flows will be organized. What are the barriers? What are the problems? What are the disruptances? Irrespectively of how well the production chains will operate, we need to pay for what is produced. And if there are blocks and problems in this process, that creates issues. So I think that it might be a worth topic for a separate discussion or a roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely, a roundtable of experts, which is not me. You have to know what your limitations are. So thank you so much for the invitation to be here. And I just put in chat a little bit more about the work we're doing at Asia-Pacific Development Defence Diplomacy Dialogue.
Thank you. And Professor Urata, would you like to have a final word?
Yeah, fintech, which is maybe part of kind of a digital currency, has been contributing a lot to economic development in many countries, particularly in China. So I think fintech is should be promoted, but that is different than central banks' currency, which is still in the process of being examined and tested. And I think it's too early to say that the central bank's currency, I mean, digital currency, would contribute to stability of the international financial system, which may not be. So that's a quick response from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody, for keeping that incredibly concise and succinct. So can I say thank you so much to our speakers today and our discussants, and for those who asked questions. I have learnt a great deal and enjoyed myself immensely. I would now like to hand back to Dr. Muhabat, who will be informing us as to the next steps in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Greener, for moderating the session 2. So I think we will now take a very long break of about 6 hours or so. This is because we want to also accommodate colleagues and friends who are joining us from North America so that they are able to also join the discussion. So let's take this break. Thank you again for those of you joining us from the opening session, session 1 and session 2. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing everyone again later in the evening, Jakarta time, and maybe it's already be very late in the evening for those of you joining us in Australia or New Zealand, but still, hopefully you can still join us. So see you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third session of our conference today, organized jointly by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, and the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies in Japan. Welcome back to all of you who joined us this morning until the afternoon Jakarta time. And welcome to those of you who's just joining us now for this session. A little bit of a brief reminder that we had our first and second session today. The first one was on evolving strategic environment and a free and open order based on the rule of law in Indo-Pacific, followed by the second session on changing economic order in the Indo-Pacific. So again, this conference is jointly held by the 3 institutions as a part of our ongoing network of cooperation. So it's a pleasure for me to also welcome you to the third session on the way forward for AOIP, concrete initiatives and the role of ASEAN dialogue partners. I will now hand over to the moderator of the third session, Dr. Yusuke Takagi, Associate Professor at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, Japan, who will lead the discussion today. Dr. Takagi, the screen is all yours now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhabat. And once again, thank you very much all for inviting us to this very interesting and timely session today. And this is the third session of today's wonderful workshop, and then the title of the third session is the way forward for AOIP, and then actually the subtitle says many like concrete initiatives and the role of ASEAN dialogue partners. So we expect to hear that a very concrete initiative and then the roles of ASEAN dialogue partners in this session. So our first speaker is Dr. Marie Murphy. She's a professor and director of the Center for Foreign Policy Studies at the School of Diplomacy and International Relations in Seton Hall University. And the time is limited, so I shortened the introduction of each speaker, and instead I would like to allocate more time for each speaker to talk. So each speaker has 10 minutes as a kind of the starter of our discussion. So now, Dr. Murphy, screen is yours.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, Dr. Takagi, and thank you to the conference organizers, CSIS, RSIS, and GRIPS for the introduction or for the opportunity to speak at this important conference. So I want to proceed as follows. Obviously, I'm going to be speaking on what the United States can do in terms of concrete measures to move the AOIP forward. I first want to discuss how the US Free and Open Pacific has shifted from the Trump to the Biden administration to incorporate principles that have been enunciated in the AOIP. I then want to discuss some concrete measures that the US has adopted to move it forward. And I want to conclude with some remarks about the relationship between the Quad and ASEAN. And I want to argue that while some in ASEAN see the Quad as a threat to ASEAN's centrality and convening power, the US and many of us here see them as much more complementary. So the first point, the US articulation of the free and open Indo-Pacific in 2017 was, of course, like other articulations of the Indo-Pacific concept, a recognition of the critical importance of the maritime domain, as well as the countries that sit astride it. The key principles that the Trump administration enunciated at that time were respect for international law, particularly UNCLOS, freedom of navigation, free and open trade, respect for international law, etc. And these are all principles that ASEAN countries largely agreed with, although some may have had differences with the inclusion of political freedom. Yet the extremely vocal and confrontational manner in which some Trump administration officials like Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of State, used these principles to criticize China led many in Southeast Asia, particularly Indonesia, to view it as a means to contain China, something which increased Sino-US rivalry and attendant pressures to choose sides. As my fellow panelist Rizal Sukma wrote in 2019 at the time that the AOIP was approved, he said that it was a response to the growing external pressures that threaten ASEAN's centrality and undermine ASEAN's relevance. So the Biden administration took office a year after the AOIP was adopted, and since then we see a number of changes. The Biden administration has incorporated ASEAN's rule-based and inclusive discourse into its articulation and discourse, and it now refers to the US Indo-Pacific strategy as free, open, inclusive, resilient, and rules-based. And so if we're looking at concrete measures that can help move the AOIP forward, I think it's important that this incorporation of ASEAN principles and the vocal articulation of them is one. Secretary of State Blinken has expressed strong support for the ASEAN outlook. And at the EAS, President Biden has stated that the United States is committed to ASEAN centrality. Now, last night, one of the speakers said that dialogue partners often support ASEAN centrality in words, but not deeds. And I want to highlight that at least with the regard to the response, the US response to the February 1st Myanmar coup, the United States has consulted closely with ASEAN. It has supported the ASEAN 5-point consensus, as well as the recent move to disinvite Myanmar from the ASEAN meeting. So I think we actually see very strong collaboration, which is, of course, one of the most concrete measures of ASEAN centrality. Now, I want to shift here to some of the concrete aid that the US has given. And I just want to flag that while many in ASEAN often say that they do not want to be forced to choose sides, I do think that you have seen in the United States a growing recognition that attempting to do so is not the best way to promote a peaceful and open Indo-Pacific. Rather, helping ASEAN states and the organization enhance its resilience is a better way. And so if you look at the transcripts of visits to US officials, Kamala Harris, Secretary of State Lloyd Austin, to the region, they have gone to great lengths to ensure and state that the US does not have that attention. So again, the US has been shifting its policy, listening to ASEAN and making changes. So what concrete measures has the US adopted? Clearly, the US has helped ASEAN with regard to the health and economic consequences of the pandemic. It has donated, 23 million doses of vaccines. It has committed over $158 million of emergency assistance. At the ASEAN-US Summit on October 26, President Biden announced $100 million in aid that are targeted towards ASEAN's 4 priority areas of maritime cooperation, connectivity, sustainable development, and economic cooperation. In the interest of time, I am not going to go through all of those, but I can certainly discuss them in Q&A. So the point I want to make is that we see this enhancing of maritime capacity, support for sustainable development goals. These are areas of functional cooperation, right? And so that has been where concrete measures are relatively easy for outside dialogue partners like the US to help promote the AOIP and resilience. Things are more difficult when it comes to strategic issues. And here, I think that the lack of ASEAN unity and a united perspective on the broader strategic issues is an obstacle. As the Singapore foreign minister noted at the time that the ASEAN outlook was promulgated, and I will quote here, he said, "The outlook will not stop strategic forces from pulling individual ASEAN member states in different directions. ASEAN unity, the prerequisite for ASEAN centrality, will be tested. Our inherent diversity makes internal coherence difficult, but ultimately more important." So the US will be releasing a new comprehensive Indo-Pacific strategy before the end of the year. And although Blinken has said that it will reflect ASEAN's importance to the Indo-Pacific region, it's also likely to include a prominent role for the Quad and AUKUS. And obviously, ASEAN states have different perspective on these. Countries like Vietnam that have been the target of maritime coercion support them. Malaysia, or support the Quad. Malaysia and Indonesia have opposed AUKUS, while the Philippines has welcomed it. And so, as a result of these divergent views, it's a little unclear what type of concrete measures the US can take to promote the AOIP when it comes to the strategic issues. And the last point I want to make is that some Southeast analysts view the Quad as a threat to ASEAN centrality and its convening power. Biden admin officials have stated that they see them as complementary, and I agree. As we heard last night, ASEAN is a norm setter, and it plays a key role in articulating a rules-based order, but it lacks the ability to ensure compliance with those rules and norms. As we heard last night, the Indo-Pacific is a region in disequilibrium, and clearly one of the ways to bring equilibrium back is through attempting to balance power, which is, of course, what the Quad is doing. Yet any balance of power must be married to a set of principles that it is seeking to uphold. So here, the Biden administration views the Quad as attempting to restore an equilibrium that is in line with the principles in the ASEAN outlook. So they view them as complementary, not competing. And one of the concrete measures that has been proposed is making the EAS the key vehicle for the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. President Biden has said that he is eager to attend the EAS, and I would argue that the EAS at this time of growing strategic rivalry is even more important, and this enhances ASEAN's convening power rather than detract from it. So I will stop there, and I thank you very much for your attention and look forward to the discussion.
Oh, thank you very much. You provided so many good examples of the concrete measures and action by the United States. It is striking to remember the action by, the cooperative attitude by the US toward ASEAN country in the case of Myanmar coup d'etat in February. It is very much striking to me also, because when I compare the situation after the coup d'etat in Thailand in 2014 and the situation this year is totally different in my view. And then another example of the concrete measure is a vaccine, a kind of vaccine diplomacy, or the provision to the vaccine to the region. And then the last point about the complementary role of Quad and ASEAN centrality is also very interesting points to discuss further. So maybe we can keep your questions now, and then let us invite our second speaker, Dr. Rizal Sukuma. Actually, he's a former ambassador to the Great Britain, and then he's of course senior fellow now at the CSIS. So without further ado, Dr. Sukuma, screen is yours.
Thank you, Takagi-san. Good evening, good morning, everyone. Good morning to Anne-Marie. It's good to see you again. And good evening to Ambassador Imura and also Pa Ong Keng Yong. Well, actually, I don't know what to say anymore, because we've been, in a number of meetings on the Indo-Pacific, on the ASEAN role, and so on. But let me just reiterate, a number of points that I already met in previous meeting and also probably in other meeting as well. Let me begin by saying that the key challenge for ASEAN, as I outlined in the paper, is actually this growing rivalry between the US and then China. And here, not much or nothing ASEAN can do to prevent that. Nothing ASEAN can do to change that. But ASEAN can at least try to do two things here. Number one, to resist the pressure to take side. And second, to try to moderate this type of strategic rivalry or competition between the US and China. And then how ASEAN plans to do that. And of course, like Anne-Marie quoted my article in the Jakarta Post, I still believe that the AOIP is actually a response, to that particular challenge. It's basically, ASEAN tried to formulate its own view on how it wants to structure the regional architecture. So but the problem is really, it really still use the language of hope. Say, for example, it says that ASEAN wants to lead the shaping of economic and security architecture, in Indo-Pacific. It also says that ASEAN want to sustain the central role of ASEAN in Indo-Pacific. And finally, it also says that, through this ASEAN outlook, that ASEAN wants to transform rivalry competition between the US and China into cooperation. And then how does ASEAN plan to do all this? I think a big and really, a difficult objective or difficult, agenda. Through, again, they try to be concrete through four main areas of cooperation. Number one, maritime cooperation. Number two, connectivity. Number three, on the SDGs. And number four, on other economic cooperations. So don't ask me how these four areas can really help, ASEAN to resist the pressure to choose or to take side and to moderate the rivalry and competition between the US and China. But, deep in that kind of, argument and plan of ASEAN is actually two things. Number one, ASEAN still believes that they do have the power to shape norms. Number two, they do have the power to utilize institution. And I think ASEAN still believe that norms and institution can actually modify state behavior. So based on that assumption that, here we actually try to formulate what sort of norms that, we need for the Indo-Pacific and what sort of institution that we need, in order to really address the challenge of growing rivalry between the US and China. Now, on the norms. So there have been a number of ideas out there. I think the earliest one is Pak Marty Natalagawa's ideas on the Indo-Pacific Treaty of Amity of Cooperation of some sort. So that's, I think, a very classical approach, in trying to really shape norms, and then everybody will be the subject, that ASEAN wants to socialize those norms. So this is actually the traditional classic ASEAN approach, to a strategic, realist balance of power type of problem. But we can, of course, discuss that. We can explore that particular, idea again, because some, in fact, we should believe that norms, can actually modify state behavior, in one way or another. Number two, then, I think we also need to look at, the maritime order, rules-based order, in the maritime domain, because I do believe that the rivalry is actually shifting, from land-based into the sea-based. So it's, in fact, the maritime domain now is the theater for this competition. So we see the growing, I think, significance of South China Sea, and also the significance of the East China Sea, in this rivalry between US and China, and also between China with other major powers in the region. So in that context, I think ASEAN can actually focus again on, the importance of strengthening the UNCLOS, because this is the only rules that we have, in order to really structure, shape, and also govern the maritime domain. Here, I, in particular, looking at the role of Japan, for example, with Southeast Asian countries, to really strengthen the importance and also the understanding, of regional countries on the UNCLOS. The third one, I think, with the US, especially with the US, ASEAN, can actually work, to help US, to develop what President Biden promised, which is the Indo-Pacific economic, framework. So because the US has been missing in this, economic activities in the region, they quit the TPP, and then, of course, it's not part of the RCEP and so on. But, there was this statement by the president, where he basically said, wait for it, it is coming, the Indo-Pacific economic framework. So I think in that context, ASEAN and also other regional countries, need, to talk to the US on what sort of the economic arrangement that, US has in mind. But of course, like Anne-Marie said, I don't think that it will work if, the US is really thinking about an economic framework that will exclude one or two economic powers in the Indo-Pacific. Now, the final the final point on the institutions. There is nothing, in the regions but the East Asia Summit. So we need to work, on what we already have. So in that context, we also need to work, with the non-ASEAN partners in order to really try to think about how that we can utilize and institutionalize the East, Asia Summit. I think that there have been a number of discussion, at least, within some ASEAN countries, to generate ideas on how ASEAN can actually strengthen, institutionalize the East Asia Summit, so that this institution can actually really respond or become a new platform or premier platform to really address the challenge, of these rivalry between the US and China. So beyond that, my last point, which also I mentioned in earlier meeting that we had, I think Ambassador Imura still remember, I don't think that we need to turn this ASEAN, outlook on Indo-Pacific into a new blueprint for, say, functional and practical cooperation. We have so many, blueprint, so many plan of action already. With China, 39 pages. With Japan, I think 45 pages. you name it, every issue is already there. So no matter how genius you are, how good you are in international relations, I don't think that you can think of a new concrete proposal to put into this, cooperative framework between ASEAN and all the dialogue partners. So I think the key is really, how to prioritize and then how to focus on certain key issues. Here, for the next 10 years, I still believe that all ASEAN countries would like to focus on post-pandemic economic recovery, not on the building of the submarine. Thank you.
Sorry, as always, you have always punchline at the end. I like that. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's very interesting and then concrete points to be discussed. The first is normative power of ASEAN to change the strategic rivalry to the more like amity and friendship driven one. And the second one is the role of the UNCLOS in this region. And then the third is how can we engage US more, especially in terms of economic cooperation. And then the last one is, and then the fourth one is the how can we use East Asian Summit. And then the last point is no new agenda, but we should finish homework first. And then our homework that we have now is that the recovery from the pandemic, both in the health and then of course economic dimension. These are all very interesting points to discuss further. And before discussion, we have two more. And then the next speaker is Professor Jan Yurin. He's now an academy member, a Chinese Academy of Social Science. And he's also the chair, professor and president of Institute of International Studies, Shandong University. So Professor Jan, now a screen is yours. Professor Jan.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay.
It's okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much. Joseph invited me to participate in this session. Indo-Pacific, I think, to me and to China, seems some sudden matter. I have worked on the Asia Pacific, East Asia, all China in, but now suddenly Indo-Pacific, no China. So if we recall from economic development, personally, I think it's a natural extension from Asia Pacific to Indo-Pacific, because from India side, it has the eastward policy, and East Asia invited India to participate. It's a enlarged East Asia group. We have EAS, we have 10 plus India, and RCEP started with India participation, but so it's a natural. It's called Asia Pacific India or Indo, so it's natural. I try to let people in China to understand we have to integrate India into this larger group, because if you recall, because of the rise of East Asia, we had Asia Pacific, and we have now India's rise. We should have, we should find a way how to link Asia Pacific to India, Indian Ocean region. It's not just India; it's that region. So because Indian Ocean surrounded there already are the several mechanisms try to integrate the region. So I think it's a good thing if we have something linkage between Asia Pacific and Indian Ocean circle. It's a good thing. But now this concept of Indo-Pacific seems is a strategic designing, and it excludes China. And it's not economic. It's not like Asia Pacific. So that's intention. If we want to have a strategic Indo-Pacific or development-oriented Indo-Pacific. So this is my question. Also the question for China, why is, Indo-Pacific without China? Is contain China or against China? We don't know. So it's a lot of suspicions. I tried to advise for a long time, we should support, this Indians' involvement of Asia Pacific in large network. We found a way to create Asia Pacific with Indian Ocean's economic circle. Maybe like APEC started and tried to create linkages. But now really as a lot of suspicions and official policy does not, support at all because there is no China's place. So you can't imagine the region of so-called Indo-Pacific without China. So that's a big question. What's the future? What for? If you see the trade, the relations, even without COVID-19, India and China, even with the China-Indians border problem, and the trade, economic relations continue to rise, develop very fast. That means that India has the real policy to engage this region. So if strategic designing, I don't know, Japan first invent this notion in, I remember the 2016. And so that's one point. The second point, I see the ASEAN issue is, document in 2019. It made very clear, and ASEAN want to have that peaceful, inclusive, stable, prosperous Indo-Pacific. That is a very good idea, I think. Inclusive, whether exclusive China or inclusive, China. That's a big question. And also, I think ASEAN, as Sukuma argued strongly, and within the Indo-Pacific, ASEAN should have two central, insurance. One is centrality, another is autonomy. I think it's, so the role of ASEAN, I think from the document, you can see also, I think personally, China side also hopes that ASEAN could be a bridge, between Asia Pacific and Indian Ocean Circle. So I think it's very crucial. And if ASEAN want to play the role to shape or reshape Indo-Pacific, I think ASEAN's role is very, very crucial. And defend its, stand and policy, peace, inclusive, stable, and prosperous. That's the third point. I want to argue that also the question, and always call it Indo-Pacific free, open, and for what? Free what? Open what? If exclude China, it's not open at all. So I call that probably should free, open, and cooperation. If we should plus cooperation and invite China to join, we find a way how accommodate China, accommodates India, and create the larger region for peace, for stable, for prosperity, and so on. The another point, I think we always, if you see the rule-based, what kind of rule? And Sukuma made it very clear. The only rule we follow is, UN clause. Yes, and China also. And we have problems, but we can negotiate. We can, discuss, and based on the UN clause. So that is Other rules, what? I would call that we need a rule for maritime connectivity. Link the ports, link the countries, because these two regions is really connected by the ocean. The second, maritime security. If rule-based, it's maritime security. The third one, ocean protection with the climate change. So I call on, if we make the rule jointly, we need to make the rule based on connectivity, security, and protection. And climate change is really this crucial issue, that is how to protect our ocean and Asia-Pacific and ocean. So ASEAN, I recognize that the ASEAN plan to call on the infrastructure and connectivity forum. That's a very good idea. I would think if ASEAN invite China, China would have a strong interest to participate. I think that is a real thing we want to do, rather than just big slogans, free and open. We don't understand, and also I remember it's a Sukma or others paper that mentioned it's a competition between U.S., Indo-Pacific, and China's PRI. I don't think this is not a nature at all. This is probably is a competitive tool initiatives or some strategies, but we should not let this tool, as the nature of our big the region. So the nature of the order, I think, is whether the challenge, whether we can really, the new situation, we create a cooperative order in our region. Competition is there, but the cooperation is crucial. We expect, according to the report, and President Xi and President Biden is planning to talk. We see what kind of a talk or whether they talk about the competition and the war, or talk about the cooperation. I hope it's the later one. Thank you. I stop here.
Okay, thank you very much. These are also very important kind of background to think about Indo-Pacific. First of all, of course, we should appreciate the rise of India as a major player in this kind of broader region. And the second is the bigger role of ASEAN to bridge the Asia-Pacific and Indian Ocean. So actually, naturally, ASEAN is in the center geographically. These are very two important components to think about further about Indo-Pacific. And then the latter part of Professor Jan's talk is also important to think about cooperation and competition. We have to think about both together. And then rule-based order is one key to think about the kind of the beginning of a cooperation. But aside from UNCLOS and then the international law, we can also think about the cooperation in the field of infrastructure development, which is a connectivity. And then the AOIP has been, in AOIP, policymakers clearly mentioned the connectivity. And interestingly, for the first three speakers, all mentioned about the role of East Asian Summit as a kind of forum to discuss Indo-Pacific vision together. So it's also very interesting to find a kind of overlapping interest of this concept. So the last but not the least, we have now Dr. Yangana Panda, and Dr. Panda is a research fellow and the center head for East Asia at the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. So Dr. Panda, now floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, Dr. Takagi-chan. At the outset, let me thank CSIS Jakarta and GRIPS in Tokyo and RSIS in Singapore for this kind invitation. It's a great pleasure to be in this panel. and also my special thanks to Dr. Sufia Muibat and Mr. Rocky for the logistical arrangement and for the kind invitation. Now, as I understand, here in this panel, we are talking about way forward and concrete initiatives that could be really forced forward between ASEAN and its dialogue partners. And as Chair rightly pointed out, the concern of the dialogue partners is a critical part that we need to really discuss it in length. And therefore, I think in order to think about a way forward and in order to think about what are the concrete initiatives under which there can be a fruitful practical cooperation between ASEAN and its dialogue partners, it needs to understand how the dialogue partners are looking at the ASEAN centrality. And I do understand correctly that, among the dialogue partners, probably they do differ with each other on how to define and how to look at the ASEAN centrality. But yes, and I think the way India looks at the ASEAN centrality is probably not really much different from the other ASEAN dialogue partners. And that is primarily because we are demanding for a rules-based order, and we are talking about Indo-Pacific as a regions where ASEAN centrality is a key aspect. And therefore, and I think India's views almost in consonance with other dialogue partners, if not in agreement. But I think one of the critical aspects that needs to be understood is that the dialogue partners' view about ASEAN centrality in the context in the context of the changing circumstances and the geopolitics of the regions, which is moving continuously. And we need to really factor those issues, those new developments, in order to understand the ASEAN centrality in a new context. And I think here I would say that probably ASEAN centrality is not an isolated proposition as it seems to be. It's not an exclusive proposition. It's not an isolated proposition. Rather, this is an interlinked, interdependent concept and very much dependent on the unity of the ASEAN country. So therefore, I think from India's point of view, as a critical dialogue partner of the ASEAN and as a emerging economic power and as a neighboring country, India do look at ASEAN unity and centrality are the part and the heart of the Indo-Pacific concept. And therefore, India does value ASEAN centrality. So in other words, if I could say that India do look at ASEAN centrality mostly from the point of view of unity and try to link it with the centrality of the Indo-Pacific concept. I think to that effect, Southeast Asia is a focal point of strategic value for India. And if we see in more concrete terms, India do look at ASEAN and ASEAN centrality in its Act East policy, which is a renovation and makeover of the earlier Look East policy. And in today's context, when India is talking about Act East policy, we are not only talking about the ASEAN countries or the Southeast Asian countries, we are talking about key institutions in the regions, that is ASEAN and many other multilateral forums and institutions which are there in the regions. Plus, we are also talking about the major economies in the regions. That includes China, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and also some of the ASEAN countries, that is, Australia and New Zealand. So therefore, India's Act East policy does really figure about ASEAN as an institution as a key, but at the same time, it does also establishes a linkages between us, between Southeast Asia as a regions and other neighboring regions, be it the maritime regions or the geographic regions in the region. And in fact, more interestingly, if we see, Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently on October 28th, 2021, he actually delivered a speech at the 18th India-ASEAN Summit. And interestingly, he talked about India's Indo-Pacific Ocean initiatives and ASEAN's outlook for the Indo-Pacific are the two frameworks where these two frameworks can be actually complemented with each other. And he talked about that how these two frameworks shared a complementary visions, and there is a scope for mutual cooperations can happen in the broader Indo-Pacific regions. And I think to India, the recent proposition of Prime Minister Modi, the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, is a critical variable when we are talking about ASEAN centrality in the changing circumstances in the current context. So if we try to understand from India's foreign policy point of view, and I think the success of India's Arctic policy, therefore, invariably be dependent upon how unified are the Southeast Asian countries and how pointedly India is engaging with this set of countries, not only bilaterally, but also institutionally with the ASEAN. And therefore, in the conflict in the regions, be it the South China Sea dispute, or be it the other bilateral issues that are there between many countries, between ASEAN countries and its dialogue partners, India aims to have that all of these disputes and conflicts must be resolved peacefully. Now, what are the way forward in terms of thinking about a much more effective, ASEAN neighborhood, ASEAN's outlook towards Indo-Pacific, and how to take forwards, the engagement between India as a dialogue partner of ASEAN and ASEAN as an institutions. And I think, to, figure it out that how India could possibly cooperate with ASEAN and how we can visualize an effective partnership between ASEAN and its dialogue partner, we need to keep in mind one particular aspect, that ASEAN centrality should not or is not a fixed idea. It needs to actually seen in new circumstances. It needs to actually embrace new ideas. It also needs to cater to the demands and requirements of the dialogue partners from time to time. And then only we can actually talk about effective cooperation between ASEAN and its dialogue partner. So ASEAN centrality must bridge the gaps that exist between ASEAN as a region or Southeast Asia as a region and between the different geographical regions where its dialogue partners are situated in. And therefore, in particular, we need to talk about three critical gaps in terms of bridging three critical gaps. One is the geographical gaps, where connectivity and infrastructure cooperation will be the key. Second, we need to bridge the gap on the arena of diplomacy and politics. And I think there needs to be more diplomatic dialogue, not only at the highest level, at the political level, but also at the grassroots level, including at the track 2, 1.5 and track 1 level dialogue. And third, there has to be more efforts to bridging the cultural gap that exists. And I think the cultural gap is a key variable here when we are talking about the geopolitics of the regions. And I think unless we really reduce the cultural gap, we cannot really succeed in terms of thinking about an effective collaborative partnership between ASEAN and its dialogue partnership. The year 2022 will actually mark the 30th year anniversary between ASEAN and India as the dialogue partner. So therefore, in this context, and I think in order to talk about moving forward or way forward, and in terms of talking about new initiatives, how India as a dialogue partner can effectively cooperate with ASEAN along with other dialogue partners, I propose here, I think 3 or 4 specific initiatives that we need to really talk about. The first, I think here we could talk about the third country cooperation with the dialogue partner. And I think this is a critical point that we need to really talk in the current and in the changing circumstances. What we have seen is that there are so many trilateral partnerships in the ASEAN regions or in the broader Indo-Pacific regions. And the most recent example was AUKUS, Australia, UK, and US. But we don't really have that much partnerships, which talks about that much bilateral partnerships which are really talking about third country cooperations. And therefore, I think we need to talk about third country cooperation among the dialogue partners of ASEAN. For example, if we talk about India, Japan are actually special global strategic partnerships. They have a special partnership which is evolving from time to time. And in fact, India-Japan partnership has emerged as one of those defining partnerships in Indo-Pacific regions currently. And in fact, Japan is the only country which is investing massively in India's northeastern regions, which combines 7 states of India. But again, I think the time has come to translate India-Japan partnership into the third country cooperation, and therefore we need to we need to prioritize who are the countries in the ASEAN regions that can be the partner, the third country partner with India and Japan. Vietnam can be one, Myanmar can be one, and there are many other countries where India and Japan can cooperate when it comes to logistics, infrastructure, connectivity, and many other critical areas that actually linked with the critical economic domain. Similarly, I think when we are talking about extending ASEAN's partnership to the other regions, we can equally talk about India, Australia, and Indonesia partnerships. This partnership can be actually talked about in a third country cooperation framework and in a framework of middle power framework. We know for a fact that probably there is no definitional aspect available at this moment to the third, to a middle power concept. But I think the middle power concept, the way India, Japan, India, Australia, India, and Indonesia are situated in these regions, they all can be actually cooperating under the middle power configuration. Similarly, we can talk about actually initiatives. What are the initiatives under which this third country cooperation or tripartite cooperation can happen? Blue Dot Network is one of those initiatives. In fact, we know for a fact that US, Australia, and Japan are talking about Blue Dot Network for some time. But due to the effective channel of communications and funding patterns to back the Blue Dot Network's initiatives, we don't have a actual practical cooperation happening at this moment. Similarly, the recently talked about B3W initiatives need financial backing, need practical cooperation, and probably need more ground level cooperation in order to actualize it. The second proposition, I would end here by making 2 specific points. The second proposition here is, and I think we need effective institutional cooperation and cross-border connectivity. And this is critical to India as a dialogue partner in the context of ASEAN, because so far we are talking about ASEAN Regional Forum, ARF, we are talking about East Asia Summit, but there are other multilateral mechanisms where not only India can effectively cooperate with ASEAN countries, but all the dialogue partners like India, Japan, Australia, they can effectively cooperate in multilateral agencies like Mekong-Ganga Cooperation, BIMSTEC, and I think BIMSTEC and Mekong-Ganga Cooperation are the 2 other frameworks which actually bridges the geographical gap between Southeast Asia and South Asia. And that there, most of the ASEAN dialogue partners can cooperate with each other. The third and the last point here is, and I think what all the dialogue partners of ASEAN can really talk about, including India, is to distinguish between the collective defense cooperative agreement and collective security framework agreement. And I think this is a critical point when we are talking about framework cooperations like AUKUS and Quad. AUKUS is primarily a collective defense agreement between the 3 countries, whereas we are talking about Quad. Quad might be a kind of a security framework. It's not really a defense framework. So I think we need to differentiate between the defense agreements and security agreements, defense frameworks and security frameworks. And there is a scope for the ASEAN countries to participate with the Indo-Pacific countries, be it with the US, be it with Japan, be it with Australia, or be it with India, which is a critical Indo-Pacific power. And to that effect, I think Prime Minister Modi's proposition about Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative is a critical framework where we can talk about maritime security, maritime ecology, maritime resource cooperation. We can talk about capacity building and resource sharing cooperations, disaster risk management cooperation, science and technology cooperation, and most importantly, we can talk about trade connectivity and maritime transport. I stop here and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Actually, all of you provides a very good concrete examples to think further about the cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, especially from Dr. Panda. You mentioned about 3 major points. First is third country cooperation. And then the second is a further cooperation in the kind of sub-regional cooperation within ASEAN region, like Mekong-Ganga or Greater Mekong regions. And the third one is defense cooperation, which is also interesting and actually dynamic agenda we can discuss further. And now we already have many question and answer boxes, and please put more questions. But before going to the question in the QA box, may I invite a panelist to raise some questions? Okay, first Professor Shinoda, and then the next is Dr. Motsuza. So in this order.
Thank you, Dr. Takagi. And I have one question, each for Dr. Murphy from the United States and Professor Jiang from China. And the first question is for Dr. Murphy. I think regional economic integration, such as RCEP and TPP, are important elements in the AOIP. And with the Biden administration stepping up its constructive engagement in the Indo-Pacific, is there any chance that the United States will return to the TPP in the future? If this is difficult in the short term, by what means will the United States constructively engage in making rules for trade and investment in the Indo-Pacific? And secondly, I have a question for Professor Jiang. And I think the importance of inclusiveness is emphasized in ASEAN's AOIP and in the Indo-Pacific Initiative of Japan and other countries. This means that the Indo-Pacific Initiative is an inclusive initiative that includes all countries in the region and does not exclude any particular country. And it is reported that China and Russia are cautious about Indo-Pacific cooperation for security reasons in the newspapers. On the other hand, in the second session today, Dr. Caldenova of Russia said Russia attaches great importance to cooperation with ASEAN in trade and investment, especially in the field of energy with regard to AOIP. Does China have any intention to promote special cooperation other than the enhancement of connectivity with ASEAN regarding the AOIP? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have many questions, so let me get Dr. Motsuza first, and then yeah, Dr. Motsuza, please.
Thank you very much, Takagi-sensei. Good evening from Singapore, where I am. Mo here from the ICS Yusof Ishak Institute. I had an observation about the Myanmar crisis being a test of ASEAN's centrality in all its three dimensions: internal, external, and institutional. And looking at how the United States and China had reached some kind of shared agreement on Myanmar's seat at the United Nations in September, prior to ASEAN's decision in October to disinvite the State Administration Council to the ASEAN Summit, I had this question to panelists on how ASEAN's dialogue partners can work with ASEAN to maintain or uphold its central role in pursuing the ASEAN 5-point consensus on Myanmar beyond the current expressions of support for the ASEAN process. The EAS summit that recently concluded had a paragraph devoted to the Myanmar crisis. ASEAN dialogue partners have contributed to the ASEAN humanitarian effort for Myanmar, and I understand that the ASEAN special envoy has also been consulting with Myanmar's neighbors on addressing the situation in that country. So I'd like to hear the panelists' views and advice from this. And I apologize if my question is Myanmar-centric. It's probably what I think about most these days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Actually, Myanmar-centric, but Myanmar is a very important country for the region, so it's in a sense region-centric too. Maybe we can also invite Dr. Koa for this round.
Yes. Something.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's a howling, right?
Is it better now? No.
Not yet.
Okay, I will pause.
Yeah, maybe we can. Okay, thank you very much. So could you please wait a bit, and then I hope that later on you can fix the problem of the microphone. So while we are waiting, let's get speakers to respond to the question by Professor Shinoda and then Dr. Mo. And actually, the issue of Myanmar has been mentioned by some speakers already. So maybe you can talk about Myanmar issue too, if you want to say something. So let me invite speakers in the order of your presentation. First, Dr. Murphy.
Thank you very much for those questions. With regard to Dr. Shinoda's question about whether or not the US will rejoin the TPP, there's clearly some sentiment that would be a very good thing. However, at this specific point in time in the short term, I don't think that that is going to be politically feasible. As we all know, the US Congress is polarized. The TPP was turned into a political football in the last election. And given the difficulty that the Biden administration has faced with getting its domestic agenda through Congress, it's difficult for me to see them investing the political capital to get it done. And I don't know if that would be possible. So therefore, what I think you're going to see with regard to promoting economic cooperation is you're going to see more minilateral deals with certain free trade agreements, digital connectivity, focusing on different aspects of things that might have been in the TPP, but the TPP is kind of poison right now. So I don't think you're going to see that. You will see it broken down into smaller issues. With regard to Mothuzar's question about our dialogue partners really treating ASEAN with centrality, particularly when it came to the decision to put off the whole issue of accrediting the Myanmar ambassador. Again, this is where, for outside dialogue partners, the lack of ASEAN's unity that I discussed is very difficult, right? Because the United States at least did support the 5-point consensus. As she noted, at the time of the UN General Assembly, there was no consensus within ASEAN on this issue of recognition or Myanmar participation, et cetera, et cetera. You had some countries that were taking a very strong stance against the military junta and others that were not. And that makes it extremely difficult for outside dialogue partners to act in full accordance, right? And I would think I will just leave it there on that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your frank observation. Now, can we invite Dr. Sukumar? Maybe especially on the Myanmar's situation?
No. Well, thank you very much. I was going to raise another question here, which...
Oh, sorry. Okay. Now, okay. Dr. Kwa, you have the floor now. Okay, please ask question.
I would like to raise what I hope is not a stupid and naive question, which is that we had in this session, in other sessions, on AOIP, is that ASEAN's centrality has to be strengthened, defended. ASEAN centrality can be marginalized, and we have to work to reinforce, to maintain it here. But on the other hand, we also maintain, or we hope, that ASEAN is the fulcrum linking the Pacific and the Indian Ocean. So if you look at it, every Navy ship wanting to sail either from one ocean to the other has to sail through the Straits of Malacca, Sunda Straits, or the Lombok Straits. So, by geography, ASEAN Southeast Asia is central to the link between the Asia, Indian Ocean, and the Pacific. So, ASEAN centrality, strategic autonomy is assured. So, which is it? Are we afraid, worried that we are no longer central, losing our strategic autonomy? And if we are not central, our geographic position is not there. So which is it now? We can't have, we are central, we are focal, and yet we are worried about losing our centrality. So I think here to my simple mind, there is some sort of a contradiction which we need to sort out. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. It's a good additional question to Dr. Rizal Sukuma. I was about to invite Dr. Sukuma about his opinion about Myanmar, but in addition to his view on Myanmar, maybe we can ask you about Dr. Kwa's question about ASEAN centrality or maybe geographical location. ASEAN centrality is, of course, the discourse in politics, but geographically speaking, ASEAN is an arena wherever, whichever you want to move your navy, you have to pass by ASEAN region as a geography. So how do you think about the location of ASEAN in the context of this great power rivalry? I think this is a question by Dr. Kwa Chongguan. So may I invite Dr. Sukuma now?
Okay, thank you. This is a very difficult question, but being at the center doesn't mean that you can play a central role. So it's basically, when we talk about centrality, of course, now it's an emerging understanding about this concept that ASEAN want, to take the lead in process and also deliver progress. So that's what, centrality, means rather than, being at the center, so in that context, you have a table, you sit at the center, but, if nobody talk to you, then, your being at the center is meaningless. So that I think why people are worried, because all these great powers, non-ASEAN powers, are trying to find their own ways, to try to address what they perceive as a challenge. So within that context, yes, we are at the center in the geographical term, but as at the center that can deliver progress and also initiate process, I think there is this worry that we might not be able to play that role, as effective as before. But again, it is important to really remind ourselves that we have been in this kind of strategic predicaments before. Remember after the end of the Cold War, even after the U.S. left Vietnam, then of course the end of the Cold War, but ASEAN managed to find ways. So I think we are now again within that challenge. So that's why now people are talking about how we can strengthen ASEAN capacity and also institutionalize the association even better. So that's basically I think why we are, I think some of us in ASEAN is a bit worried. Can I also try to mention two other questions that on the Q&A
sure.
chat room? Yes, somebody asked a question about how can we really upgrade and strengthen the East Asia Summit. I suggest, this is I think question by Alexander. I think I suggest that you read the CISCAP Memorandum number 26. It was written in 2004. There are a lot of ideas there. I can just mention a number of ideas on how we can really strengthen the EAS. Number one, we need to think about the possibility of having a Sherpa, to the leaders of the East Asia Summit, so that the Sherpa can formulate, agenda, for the leaders to discuss. Number two, we need to consider the possibility of co-chairmanship between ASEAN and non-ASEAN members of the East Asia Summit. So it will create the sense of, I think, ownership, of the East Asia Summit. Number three, so I think we need to really coordinate these ASEAN-centered processes or institutions, such as the RCEP, the ARF, the expanded ASEAN Maritime Forum, the ADMM, and so on, as the place where, countries in East Asia can, this is include, of course, India, can really cooperate. Number five, I think there's also this idea, let's think about the importance of secretariat. Should we have separate, East Asia Semi-Secretariat, or probably we can say have that secretariat within the ASEAN Secretariat. But again, of course, ASEAN needs to increase its annual contribution, from 2 million to probably 10 million each. So if we really want to really play a very important and central role, in the configuration of things at the moment. Second questions. Alexander also asked about what about the possibility of Philippines and Vietnam? I think Singapore also can be asked. Don't worry. I know that you work for in Singapore. What about the possibility of Philippines, Vietnam, and Singapore, joining the Quad? So of course it will not be called Quad anymore. If you have like 7 members, but I don't think that ASEAN should be. Some ASEAN countries is not open to the ideas of sectoral engagement or become a sectoral partners to the Quad. But again, this is the issue that again will even reinforce the worry even more. Within ASEAN, there are some ASEAN member states will look to other arrangement in order to actually address their security challenges. So my question to that question, yes, it's possible, but I don't think that Singapore or Vietnam at this stage will become or join officially the Quad. So I think sectoral, I think cooperation engagement is quite, is quite possible. So I think I just stop there. So there are a lot other great questions which I think need more time to really answer and think about it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Kaur, do you have any related questions?
Yeah, could I make a quick reply to Pak Riza, which is that ASEAN, especially Indonesia, is central, strategic, because hypothetically, what happens if Indonesia decides to put its navy to close off the Malacca Strait, the Lombok Straits, and the Sunda Straits? You can do it, not the problem. So that is why I think our Chinese colleagues are very worried years ago and started putting in all those oil pipelines through Myanmar, so that if we close the Malacca Straits and you close the Sunda and Lombok, they at least still can get the oil via Myanmar. So not to worry, we are okay. We are central. We are strategic. The outside powers have to come to us. We are at the table. We are not on the table, as our former foreign minister, used to say. So thank you.
Mr. Kua, I think we passed that period where we become central because of our bad behavior. So I think Yusuf can tell you why we closed the Sunda Strait, in 1995 or 1985. But I don't think that is an option at the moment. I think all the countries in the region, will go and try to, I think, become the, I think, we'll hate Indonesia for that.
All right, thank you very much. Maybe next, can we invite Professor Chan?
Okay. Again, for Indo-Pacific, there are several questions to China still. One is it's a concept, it's a program, it's an intended institutional building. It's not clear yet. If program-oriented actually can initiate a lot of different programs like connectivity and many others, education, economic development, and so on. But if we recall, this concept emerged and during Trump administration, the first official report made by defense minister, and is clearly defined as a strategic one. It's not a developed one. So Biden administration seems expand a lot of different, areas, including economic development, but it's still with very strong strategic designing and intention. So probably for China, and the best choice is wait and see. Because if you want to engage India, we already have EAS, EAS includes all these members. Now EAS was sidelined, and it has not well used as a larger framework to, integrate India and also Russia. So we have institution now. So we are not clear, how for China to participate. As I mentioned, whether Indo-Pacific to be a conference in the future similar to Asia-Pacific as a beginning, and try to integrate Asia-Pacific and Indian Ocean Circle. And the Indian Circle, Ocean Circle, there are already existing institutions. So we can create linkages and call on, cooperative agendas and organize a meeting. So we do not know, how to participate. And until now, it seems it's against China. That's a, general understanding from China side, either official or the scholars. Probably I'm the few try to explain, it's necessary, as I mentioned, we need something to link, Asia Pacific and the Indian Ocean area. I mentioned if you link Indian Ocean area, as I remember mentioned by a former prime minister, that is a way to link Asia Pacific through Indian Ocean to Africa. So that we need, to create linkages, and it's not like now. So it's not clear what's the real intention. Want to make it in the future. We might, if that's why just now I said, if for instance ASEAN call on the infrastructure and connectivity as an initiated agenda or program, and I don't think China will refuse it. But if you the name of Indo-Pacific until now, from beginning, it's a strategic designing, against China as to block the free, and the open and China and so on. So we, it's not clear. I try to make a report, but still, it's very difficult how to identify, this emerged Indo-Pacific concept or what will be. And so that's why I really pay a special attention to ASEAN's role. ASEAN also itself has a great concern. In the past, aside from Asia Pacific, APEC is launched, initiated from, asked by East Asia side and supported by the United States. But all the other East Asia extended frameworks initiated and led by ASEAN. So now ASEAN also concerned is centrality and autonomy, or as I call this, the bridge, how to bridge, the two regions, which that's the ASEAN in the middle is, how to bridge that. So we probably, as experts and scholars, try firstly to redefine the Indo-Pacific, what we fought, what it for, and that's very crucial, I think. And tell China clearly what you intend to do and whether you invite China to join. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I invite Ambassador Imura here?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Takagi. I just want to say briefly one thing to Professor Zhang. I feel that you and probably Chinese authority have suspicion with regard to the AOIP and other Indo-Pacific cooperation ideas. So I think you are saying that this is the maneuver to exclude China from the international cooperation. But I think all those countries who have been expressing their interest in Indo-Pacific cooperation as well as AOIP, they are self-invitees. You know, each country announced their vision with regard to the future of Indo-Pacific. In Japan as well, 2016, Prime Minister Abe announced our ideas regarding the Indo-Pacific cooperation, and which emphasize, by the way, very strongly openness and inclusiveness. So my question is actually, if I may address one question to you, is why don't you try to join us and to discuss about the nature and the future picture vision of Indo-Pacific? That is, I mean, you said there is a hidden strategic design, but I don't think we are trying to exclude China from this discussion. And this is why this time we really wanted to invite you to discuss about Indo-Pacific. So this is, I leave my question here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question.
I advise you read the United States documents. You know, it's very clear.
United States may have an idea, and Japan has an idea, and France has its own idea, and EU has come up with their own idea, and Netherlands has come up with their own idea, and India, Australia, maybe each idea is different from one another. So I strongly would like to ask you to join us to discuss about this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think probably each country may have a different Indo-Pacific vision, so it doesn't need to be a single strategy by all countries. So maybe can we invite Dr. Panda now? I think Dr. Panda raised his hand.
Yeah, am I audible?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, there is a question in the Q&A box from Mr. Santoso, who asks that with China's increasing its efforts in supporting Pakistan and the ongoing tension between Pakistan and India, what are the implications of this for the Indo-Pacific regions? Now, the answer is very simple and straight. And I think the implications for Indo-Pacific regions is very, very severe, primarily because the region, the entire global politics is entering into a China-led, US-led bicentric politics. If we try to see about the way China-Pakistan cooperation is happening and the kind of Eurasia politics is emerging with China being the leading country in the regions, definitely there are severe implications for the Indo-Pacific regions, particularly for the emerging economies, emerging countries, including India. And I think to that effect, Indo-Pacific narrative needs to be strengthened. I don't really need to pitch it Eurasia versus Indo-Pacific, but yes, I think we are still very much in a US-China-centric led, bipartisan politics, and the US-China rivalry is expanding. And in that context, China-Pakistan cooperation is a critical variable. And I think the implications for Indo-Pacific regions can be seen in three contexts. One, and I think there will be a maritime angle. The Chinese are searching for a new maritime entry to the Indian Ocean, going to the African regions, and Pakistan will provide a gateway to that effect. Second, I think the kind of chemistry is happening between China and Pakistan that will have severe implications for India-China boundary dispute, particularly for India's security. And I think India needs to move much closer to the US and to the Quad countries. Third, I think China-Pakistan chemistry is not really good when it comes to the broader Middle East politics. There are gray areas. For example, the issue of terrorism, radical extremism, those issues needs to be addressed, particularly issues like Taliban. And I think all the countries, including the ASEAN countries, have interest in the Middle East, and they are in an engaging space. So therefore, I think the kind of chemistry is happening between China and Pakistan that poses severe implications for the region. My other comment is to Professor Chang's comment. During his presentation, Professor Chang actually pointed out that, despite of the problem between China and India, the tensions on the boundary issues, China-India bilateral trade was expanding. Well, I don't think in India ever wanted this conflict with China, and India was never in supportive of a stressful relationship with China, particularly on the boundary issue. But on the trade aspect, while the trade was expanding despite of the boundary tensions, and despite of the boundary conflict, particularly in the Galwan area, primarily because if we look at the trading communities between China and India, they are the trading communities at the people's level, and we too are the vastly populated country. So what we are exactly looking at, a trade connection at the ground level, where border trade, a third country cooperation trade, and also on account trade is a very critical factor when it comes to India-China bilateral trade and economic contacts. So that's the precise reason. Even the last 1.5 years, 2 years, the tensions on the boundary, on the bordering regions between India and China was expanding. Still the trade was continue to grow. But again, I think I will hold out whether this trade contacts will continue to flourish in times to come if we don't really reduce the boundary dispute. And I think both Chinese government and China needs to have a practical assessment, realistic assessment of the situation, and should not draw unnecessarily optimism out of it. India would be taking severe and I think serious steps if China do not really, change its intentions in terms of reducing the tensions on the boundary dispute. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for broadening the issue, which has a clearly a multidimensional nature of the country. Now, can we invite Dr. Sukuma again?
I just want to, because it's quite late, I think for Ambassador Imura and also for you, I just want to reemphasize, the point that has been raised before, that each country I think has slightly different understanding and also views of the Indo-Pacific. Or of course it all started with India in 2006. When I think if I remember correctly, Captain Gurpreet Khurana, the one who actually wrote a very important piece on that. So there's and then the discussion on the Indo-Pacific was a term began to roll, and then Japan in 2007, and then Indonesia in 2013 under Martina Talagawa as foreign minister. But then we changed the term into the Pacific and Indian Ocean in 2014, and then back to Indo-Pacific again in 2000. I think 18, when Indonesia proposed that ASEAN outlook, and then of course the US and also Australia 2013, the US in 2017. So it really has a lot of different views in that regard. But for Professor Chang Yun Ling, I think you just should stick to ASEAN version of the Indo-Pacific, because it does, I think, emphasize the inclusivity as an important one, and then a platform for cooperation as the second most important element of that, I think, understanding of the Indo-Pacific. But I think the term, clearly refers to a growing understanding in the region that you can't, actually separate, the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. So, the two has merged and then become a single geopolitical, geographical, and also geo-economic unit. So it's become a space of engagement. That's the way we look at it, from Indonesia and from ASEAN. So it's only that space where I think countries engage with each other. But the Indo term at the beginning, India, of course, we'll say that India, but we can also say, no, it means Indonesia. Thank you.
Yeah, second punchline today. Thank you very much. But before that, you have a very nice summary of our discussion. Like ASEAN as a norm entrepreneur to think about the concept of Indo-Pacific, and as a practitioner, you provided very important homework that we should fix first, like how to think about the role of Sherpa at East Asian Summit, and how why don't we think about co-chairmanship of East Asian Summit, and also we have to think about possible secretariat function for the EAS to strengthen its forum, going beyond some criticism on its forum as a talk shop. So these are very important points to be actually fixed first. And then, as we have discussed at the beginning, all the speakers mentioned existing institution, which is East Asian Summit. And then we also have the way to actually move forward to strengthen East Asian Summit. Very practical, actually concrete suggestion by Dr. Sukuma should be considered seriously. And I'm sure you have more questions and comments and different views. We can continue this discussion maybe until the end of today in Japan time, but maybe it's almost a time to go to bed or maybe start the day in the American time. So can we wrap up the session, and then please allow me to give back the screen to Dr. Muhibat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Takagi, for chairing the last session of today. So we have come to the end of our conference today on Indo-Pacific cooperation way forward for the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. To formally close the conference, I'd like to invite Mr. Yusuf Wanandi to give some closing remarks. Yusuf, you have the screen now.
Thank you so much, Fifi. I just, number one, of course, would like to thank you all for participating in this webinar and having a very good flow of discussion, and very open to each other. I thank Chang Yulin particularly, because usually, as you said, if we have to talk with the Chinese about this issue, they said, you have not invited us, full stop. So I hope with your openness, willingness to entertain that this is a question that has to be answered by China too, then hopefully we will further this discussion with China in the future. Because I think, as we all agree, China participation is an important issue. It's critical to the success of this outfit or platform. So therefore, we have to do our efforts as well. Thank you so much for tonight's discussion. I think it was a very fruitful one, especially, as you said, Mr. Moderator, on the idea of the East Asian Summit at large. Thank you so much. Good night and sleep well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.